This hearing of the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Today we are privileged to hear from the Secretary of State, John Kerry. Of course, Senator Kerry is from Massachusetts, and our committee mourns those lost in the terrorist attack at the Boston Marathon. Our hearts go out to the victims and to the family members who have lost loved ones. Secretary Kerry comes to testify on his department's budget request, and needless to say, given Washington's chronic budget deficit, wasteful spending is intolerable, but even good programs must be subject to prioritization. We can't do everything, and along those lines, it is inexcusable that the State Department has been operating for 4+ years without a presidentially nominated, Senate-confirmed Inspector General. This committee is committed to its responsibility for overseeing the spending and other operations in the State Department, and that is a bipartisan commitment I am pleased to join Mr. Engel in carrying out. The threats facing our nation, unfortunately, are mounting. Iran, North Korea, and Syria are just the ones that we read about in the headlines. The terrorist threat is unfortunately constant, with al-Qaeda franchises continuing to grow. Mr. Secretary, our plate is full, and we look forward to working with you to advance our nation's interests. Regarding Iran, we can't be moving fast enough to increase the economic pressure on the Iranian revolutionary regime there. The ranking member and I have introduced legislation to do just that. I hope the administration would come to see the need to send nothing but the strongest signal that Iran's drive to develop nuclear weapons will be stopped. Greater economic pressure must be part of that message. The current policy is simply not working. Likewise with North Korea, we need to be imposing crippling financial sanctions on this increasingly belligerent regime. In 2005, the Treasury Department was allowed to counter North Korea's illicit activities. It countered those activities because it was discovered that North Korea was counterfeiting U.S. $100 bills and drug running, and was involved in weapons sales. And frankly, that tactic dramatically curtailed North Korea's access to the foreign currency that regime needed for its nuclear and missile programs. Those programs increasingly threaten us. We must get back to that policy. A robust human rights policy is especially critical in the case of North Korea. The Kim regime will never be at peace with its democratic neighbors or us so long as it is at war with its own people, including running a brutal labor camp system, described as a concentration camp for those few who have come out of that system. Promoting human rights here is in keeping with American values, but also presents a critical tactical tool for dealing with the regime. And sadly, it is clear that the U.S. international broadcasting, essential in promoting human rights, is in disarray. Secretary Clinton said so much when she last appeared before the committee. Another challenge facing us, Mr. Secretary, is seeing a successful transition in Afghanistan. The consequences of failure would be great. Our struggle against terrorism would be set back significantly. We appreciate the risks that the men and women of the State Department take, and I want to express my condolences to the family of Ann Smedinghoff, recently killed in Afghanistan along with 3 other Americans. This committee and several others have been examining the events of Benghazi. We understand that the State Department has implemented many of the reforms recommended by the Accountability Review Board in order to better protect the Department's employees. That's good, since the Board found, quote, systemic failures in leadership and management deficiencies at senior levels under the Secretary's predecessor. But the committee remains concerned about the Review Board's process. We have outstanding requests for information from your department, Mr. Secretary, that must be answered. These include why the 4 State Department employees the Board singled out for poor performance are still on the payroll. 7 months after Benghazi, the terrorists are still alive and free. Mr. Secretary, there are great challenges for our nation, too many challenges. The difficulty of prioritizing is compounded by our fiscal crunch. Through it all, though, I look forward to working together to ensure that America maintains its traditionally positive and essential role in the world. And I will now turn to our ranking member, Mr. Engel from New York, for his statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Kerry. As a ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and as a longtime supporter of yours, I'd like to welcome you to the Foreign Affairs Committee today, the first time you're joining us in your new capacity. At the outset, I'd like to express my condolences on two recent tragedies. First, the death in Afghanistan of Ann Smettinghoff, a young Foreign Service officer who was by all accounts a rising star. And secondly, the bombings at the Boston Marathon in your home state of Massachusetts. Mr. Secretary, you're here at a time when the United States faces an increasing number of difficult and complex challenges around the world. Syria remains engulfed in a horrific civil war that has left more than 70,000 dead. Iran continues its pursuit of a nuclear weapons capability. And North Korea seems determined to generate a crisis that could have serious implications for our national security. The primary purpose of today's hearing is to assess how the President's fiscal year 2014 international affairs budget responds to the threats and opportunities we face as a nation. We spend just over 1% of our national budget on diplomacy and development, which are key components of America's national security strategy. Diplomats and aid workers strengthen alliances and prevent wars while telling America's story, and they do it on the cheap. While I would have preferred to see higher funding levels for our diplomats, I will support the broad outlines of the 2014 International Affairs budget request, which cuts overall spending by about 4%, based in large part to our reduced presence in Afghanistan and Iraq. However, the effects of sequestration, which I strongly opposed from the beginning, are leaving many State Department functions dangerously short of funds. The budget requests include critical funding to enhance security for our brave diplomats and development workers. We should act as soon as possible to implement the recommendations of the Accountability Review Board for Benghazi and fund the State Department's security proposal. I'm also pleased that the budget request continues to provide robust funding for PEPFAR and the Global Fund, maintaining U.S. leadership in global health. In addition, the 2014 budget increases vital humanitarian assistance to help the Syrian people, but I believe we must do more to tip the balance in favor of the Syrian opposition. I recently introduced the bipartisan Free Syria Act, which provides a comprehensive strategy to end the conflict in Syria. This includes the arming of carefully vetted members of the Syrian opposition committed to a peaceful, democratic Syria. Mr. Secretary, I look forward to working with you to bring the Assad regime to an end and address the humanitarian crisis he created. I believe that Iran's pursuit of a nuclear weapons capability is perhaps the foremost threat facing the United States and the world today. Over the past 4 years, President Obama has unified the international community against this threat and signed into law the strongest ever sanctions against the regime in Tehran. Iran has been forced to the negotiating table, but they refuse to negotiate seriously. Meanwhile, their centrifuges are spinning more efficiently than ever. I urge the administration to continue to increase the pressure on Iran and to keep all options on the table until Iran abandons its nuclear weapons program once and for all. Chairman Royce and I have introduced bipartisan legislation to increase the pressure on Iran, and I hope the administration will embrace our legislation. I also want to congratulate President Obama on his tremendously successful trip to Israel and for fully funding aid to Israel in the budget request. I had the pleasure of traveling with the President to Israel, where he worked to strengthen the eternal bond between Israel and the United States and was received enthusiastically by the Israeli people. Mr. Secretary, Israel has repeatedly emphasized that it seeks unconditional, direct negotiations with the Palestinians, and I applaud the administration for urging the Palestinians to accept that offer. Regrettably, the Palestinians keep raising one condition after another, casting doubt on their commitment to ending the conflict with Israel. I also want to work closely with you, Mr. Secretary, to build upon the terrific work of Secretary Clinton in supporting the Republic of Kosovo. Likewise, I would like to praise the excellent efforts of EU Foreign Policy Chief Lady Catherine Ashton for leading the talks between Belgrade and Pristina. It is my understanding that Lady Ashton has again convened the parties, who are meeting as we speak. In previous talks, Kosovo negotiated in good faith with Serbia in the EU-facilitated dialogue, but Serbia walked away from the table. It is critical for Serbia and Kosovo that an agreement on normalization be reached. In the end, the people of Kosovo simply want to be treated fairly. Just like their Balkan neighbors, their future requires a clear path into NATO and the EU, and the 5 EU holdouts should finally recognize Europe's newest country. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to Secretary Kerry's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Well, this morning we are joined by John Kerry, the 68th Secretary of State. And prior to his appointment, the Secretary served as United States Senator from Massachusetts for 28 years and chaired the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate for 4 of those years. And now he has to answer the questions. Mr. Secretary, welcome. Welcome to the House. And without objection, the Secretary's full prepared statement will be made part of the record. And members here will have 5 days to submit statements and questions and extraneous materials for the record. And we'll ask that everyone here, and Mr. Secretary, if you could summarize your remarks in 5 minutes, we will then follow by questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I ask you just to remember what goes around comes around. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Congressman Engel, Ranking Member. Thank you for your comments about Boston. It's impossible for me to express my sadness and my anger, frankly, over those terrible events. It's just hard to believe that a Patriots' Day holiday, which is normally such a time of festivity, is turned into bloody mayhem. But I know how resilient Bostonians are, and I think a lot of you do, despite the fact it took us 86 years to win a pennant. I've talked this week with friends and family up there, as recently as this morning, and the granddaughter of a very, very close supporter and friend of mine through all of my political career is fighting to keep both of her legs. Boston is not going to be intimidated by this, but we're going to find out who did this. And the police work being done is extraordinary. The FBI is remarkable. There's a great deal of forensic evidence, and we're hopeful that we can bring people to justice. Turning to the business before us this morning, I do promise to remember how important the lessons are I learned in my time in Congress, which means keep your remarks short so we can get to the questions. And I'll try to do that as fast as I can. But there are some things I want to share with you. One of the lessons I've learned, and particularly been reinforced in my early travels, and let me just say what a privilege it is to appear before this committee. I honor the Congress, having spent 28 years in it. I respect what each of you represent, and I come before you to be accountable on behalf of the administration. I look forward to our question and answer period. As Senator Lindsey Graham said very eloquently, America's investment in foreign policy is national security insurance. And there really isn't anything foreign about foreign policy anymore. That has come home to me again and again. If we can make the small, smart investments up front, then I believe we avoid more costly conflicts and greater burdens down the road. In the past few months, we've seen a number of developments that underscore the stakes for having a strong American presence in every part of the world. American engagement was essential to the rapprochement between two of our closest partners, Israel and Turkey. And that was a positive step towards stability in a volatile region of the world where we need partnerships. The committee is more than immersed in Syria. We have contributed nearly $385 million to humanitarian relief to provide essential resources to the Syrian people, including sending flour to bakeries in Aleppo and providing food and sanitation in Atme and the refugee camp. And I expect that we'll talk about Syria somewhat today. Having just returned from Seoul, Beijing, and Tokyo, where the North Korea issue took center stage, we are reminded once again that America is the guardian of global security. We should be proud of that. We should carry that mantle. We will not turn our back on the prospect of peace, but neither are we going to hesitate to do what we need to do to defend our allies and our interests. And all of this speaks to why this budget is not just a collection of numbers. It's an illustration of our values and our priorities. Budgets, deficits, debt, these are weighty decisions. I had the privilege of serving on the Super Committee. We thought we could have gotten there. And I have a record of wanting to do deficit reduction. I know you're all grappling with these choices. We're grappling with them at the State Department. And I think our proposed budget is responsive to and reflective of our national economic reality. As part of the budget, we're going to help cut our deficit responsibly while investing in areas that attract economic growth, create good jobs for Americans, and secure our national interests. Our 2014 budget request represents a 6% reduction from 2012 funding levels. And we've examined our request, and the reason we mentioned 2012 is 2013 was a CR, as all of you know. We've examined our request with a clear determination to improve efficiency and economize where possible. We've implemented reforms that reduce costs without jeopardizing vital contributions. And I think we deliver the maximum bang for the minimal expenditure of our citizens' dollars, about one single penny for our national security and global interests out of every single dollar. Now, let me give you a couple of examples of the kind of high-impact, low-cost work that we're doing to try to make the world safer. With just over $3.5 million, the State Department's Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations made key investments leading up to the recent elections in Kenya. And I know that that helped to prevent a repeat of the violence that we saw 5 years ago. Our anti-terrorism, it also provided accountability that allowed Odinga to concede without instilling violence. Our anti-terrorism assistance funding has helped the lives of hundreds of people in places like Pakistan, India, Lebanon, by training local law enforcement to detect and neutralize explosive devices and help us interdict plots before they come to our shores. Our 2014 budget request maintains our commitments to advancing peace, security, and stability in places where all three can be very scarce commodities. I've already traveled 3 times as Secretary to the Middle East and North Africa, a region struggling to respond to its citizens' growing expectations for dignity and opportunity, the very values that we have been promoting. They're trying to embrace. Leaders there are making difficult decisions, and the United States cannot make those decisions for them, but we can do a lot to be a partner for all those on the side of freedom and democracy. To that end, the budget includes a request for $580 million for the Middle East and North Africa Incentive Fund so that we can help give reformers the tools and resources they need to make the right decisions on behalf of their citizens. And this fund also allows us to say to people in the region, if you're willing to take on the deep-rooted challenges of democracy and throw off the yoke of dictatorship, we're here for you. When we look at the threats that emanate from failed and potentially failing states, I think it's important that we learn the lessons of the past. The U.S. homeland will not be secure if violent extremists are bent on attacking us and they can find a safe haven in places like the Sahel or the Maghreb. The threats that we're dealing with in that part of the world range from al-Qaeda rebels to narco-traffickers. And this budget sets aside $8.6 billion for our security, for counterterrorism, law enforcement assistance. I ask you, every member, just compare that $8.6 billion to the more than $1 trillion we have spent fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think you'll agree that it's both penny-wise and pound-wise. The simple fact is the United States cannot be strong at home if we are not strong in the world, in today's world. This is particularly true when it comes to our domestic economic renewal. We need to get more, we need to, I think, be more visible, engaged, and strong in certain places, particularly to stoke our economic engines with the trade and business opportunities that are available all across this planet. And that's why the President is committed to successfully completing the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We want to tap the growing markets of the Asia-Pacific, which are vital to economic recovery, and I might point out most of the growth in the world that is in the double digits or high single digits is in those parts of the world. I know you'll agree with me on the value of investing in our relationship with Asia, because many of you, including the Chairman, Representative Ranking Member, Representative Salmon, and Representative Marino, have traveled to that region recently. In fact, you were there on the very day that I assumed these responsibilities. When it comes to shoring up our economic health and protecting our national security, I believe our development work is one of our strongest assets. And so let me be clear. Development is not charity. It's an investment. And I believe it's an investment, and President Obama believes it's an investment in a strong world and a strong America. 11 of our top 15 trading partners were once beneficiaries of U.S. foreign assistance. You just can't afford to pull back from what that lesson tells us. South Korea, that I was just in, 15 years ago was an aid recipient. Today it's giving aid around the world. That doesn't mean we can't work in better, more efficient ways, but let me highlight just a few of the reforms that we've undertaken. U.S. food aid, for instance, by giving ourselves the flexibility to choose the most appropriate and efficient type of food assistance, we're going to reach an estimated 2 to 4 million more people every year with the very same discretionary funding. At the same time, we're going to save approximately $500 million in mandatory funding over the next decade, which we can use to reduce the deficit. American growers and producers will still play a major role in this food assistance. Over half of the funding we're requesting for emergency food aid must be used for the purchase and shipping of U.S. commodities overseas. But by giving us the ability to modernize, including the flexibility to also procure food aid in developing countries closer to the crisis areas, not only do we feed more people, but we get food to malnourished people 11 to 14 weeks faster. So here's the bottom line. This change allows us to do more, to help more people lift themselves out of hunger at a rapid pace without spending more money. I think that's a great deal for the American taxpayer. The final area I want to mention is how this budget cares for our most valuable resource, and that's the personnel, the men and women of the State Department and USAID who are on the front lines. We have requested $4.4 billion to fortify our worldwide security protection and improve our overseas infrastructure. $2.2 billion of this is set aside for constructing secure diplomatic facilities. And this is part of our commitment to implement in full the recommendations of the ARB so that we can obviously mitigate the risk of future tragedies. This has been a hard year for the State Department family, a family that knows exactly how risky the work that we signed up for can be in a dangerous world. Chairman, you both mentioned, Mr. Ranking Member, the situation of the loss of Ann Smedinghoff. She's being laid to rest right now while I am here. And I visited with her family in Chicago on the way back from Seoul, and we will have a memorial service for her in the State Department on the 2nd or 3rd of May. I met her on my last visit earlier in the week. I sat with her parents and we swapped stories about her enthusiasm, her energy, her vitality. She really wanted to make a difference in the lives of people she had never met, and she was. So Ann and Ambassador Stevens are really cut from the same cloth. And that's frankly what made them such outstanding Americans as well as members of the State Department family. As Secretary, my job is to make sure we protect these people. And frankly, it's all of our job. I think you know that. We cannot do it by retreating from the world. We stand for optimism. We stand for opportunity. We stand for equality. And we stand in opposition to all those who would replace hope with hate, who replace peace with violence and war. That's what we believe. That's what America is at the best. And that's the values of the State Department and the USAID that I intend to defend every single day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I went a little over.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Let me raise a couple of issues. This committee has been frustrated in obtaining documents and other information from the Department concerning the Benghazi terrorist attacks. Of course, our investigation predates your tenure, so I'm hopeful we'll be able to resolve this as you get your team in place so that we can move forward on this important issue. I'd also like to call your attention to the State Department's Inspector General's office. This is the key independent office looking at waste and fraud. Mr. Secretary, as of today, there has been no permanent State Department Inspector General for over 5 years. This includes President Obama's entire first term. The committee raised this issue in a bipartisan letter sent to you in February, and we would like to see an immediate appointment to this position. On North Korea, as you know my views on this, but the United States administrations, past administrations, have tried to offer North Korea aid. We've offered over $1 billion, or sanctions relief for nuclear commitments. Administrations from both parties have been embarrassed when the regime tore up those agreements. Former Secretary of Defense Gates was fond of saying, "I'm tired of buying the same horse twice." My concern is that the administration may be thinking of doing just that. And I would just ask, how is this different, this approach to North Korea, from the past attempts to offer aid in exchange for a change in policy which never came?
Great questions all, and all deserve a straight answer, and I'll give it to you. On the IG, you're absolutely correct. We're trying to fill a number of positions right now, the IG among them. The greatest difficulty I'm finding, now that I'm on the other side of the fence, is frankly the vetting process. And I've got some folks that I selected way back in February when I first came in, and we're now April, and I'm still waiting for the vetting to move. I've talked to the White House. They're totally on board. They're trying to get it moved. So I hope that within a very short span of time, you're going to see these slots filled. They need to be, and that's just the bottom line. It's important, and I commit to you we will.
I think this is the longest gap that we've had in the history of this position. So if you could talk to the President about this in short order, we would very much appreciate it.
I don't need to talk to the President. We're going to get this done.
Okay.
We know it, and we're trying to get the right people. Matching person to task and also clearing all the other hurdles is, I'm finding, not as easy as one always thinks, but we'll get it done. On the subject of Benghazi, look, I was on the other side of the podium, the dais, just a short time ago when that was a big issue, and we held hearings in the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate, and we wanted materials, and we got a lot. In fairness, I think the administration has testified 8 times, has briefed 20 times. Secretary Clinton spent 5 hours answering questions before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. 25,000 documents have already been turned over. Video of the actual event has been made available to members to see. If you haven't seen it, I urge you to see it because it is enormously helpful in understanding the flow of events and what happened. And the people who were involved have all been interviewed, and not only interviewed, but those FBI interviews were made part of the record and in an unprecedented way have been made available to the Congress in order to read verbatim those testimonies. So if you have additional questions or you think there's some document that somehow you need, I'll work with you to try to get it and see if we can provide that to you.
Yeah, I have to just disagree for a minute. Instead of handing over copies of the documents and records that we've requested, as has always been customary practice in the past, the Department has insisted that the committee staff sift through thousands of pages of materials in a room in which they are monitored by the Department, and they can't remove any or make electronic copies of those documents. Mr. Secretary, these are unclassified documents that relate to the critical issue of embassy security, and the Department is literally spending thousands of taxpayers' dollars a week to slow the progress of the committee's review. So this has resulted in a great deal of wasted time and money. I think it runs contrary to the administration's promise of increased transparency, and I hope you will reconsider the Department's position on this issue.
Well, I didn't know there was a position that does what you're describing.
Thank you, Mr.
There's
Secretary.
certainly no position by me to delay anything, and I was not aware that, now, if there's anything that is appropriate to turn over, what I want to check, Mr. Chairman, is what there's the historical precedent with respect to investigative document, FBI document, which we don't control. I just want to find out what the story is on that. I'll work with you, and you'll have me up here again, and if I haven't worked with you, I'm sure I'll know about it. So I promise you we'll work together to try to do that. On North Korea, let me just make it clear. I have no desire as Secretary of State, and the President has no desire to do the same horse trade or go down the old road. And I just came from Beijing and from discussions there where I articulated as strongly as I can that we are not going to go down the same road, that the policy of Russia, the policy of China, the policy of South Korea and Japan and the United States, all of us, is denuclearization. The single country that has the greatest ability to be able to impact that is China. And so we had that discussion, and we agreed in the very next days now to engage in an ongoing process by which we work out exactly how we're going to proceed so that it is different. That's our goal, and I can assure you I want to reach it. Chairman Joint Chiefs Martin Dempsey will be traveling to China in the next days. We will have another Deputy Secretary Burns will be going in about 2 weeks. We are going to keep the pressure on this in order to try to make this outcome different.
In the past, in 2005, as I indicated, we did find a way to incentivize those financial institutions that were assisting North Korea by giving them access to the hard currency. Frankly, what we did was freeze those accounts by giving those banks a choice between doing business with the United States or business with North Korea. At the same time, we could tackle the illicit shipments on the high seas, as we've done before with the Proliferation Security Initiative. We could ratchet up the radio broadcasts into the country. We could make a strong stand, as I'm sure we will, on North Korean human rights abuses, letting the regime know that they're on notice, that they will be held to account. We could take them to the International Criminal Court. These types of steps, especially in relation to the activities we've seen out of North Korea, I think it is time we pursue something that is capable of cutting off the access to hard currency on the part of the regime. But we thank you.
All options, Mr. Chairman, and there are many others, and we're going to explore every single option. The one commitment I make to you is it's very clear to me that nothing short of a change is going to get us where we need to go. We cannot repeat the same.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We go to Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, Mr. Secretary, welcome. I had the honor a few weeks ago of accompanying the President on his trip to Israel. The Israelis have repeatedly said that they are willing to negotiate with the Palestinians face-to-face across the table with no preconditions. That's how the situation in Northern Ireland was taken care of. That's what you do when you really want to end a conflict. Unfortunately, the Palestinians have refused. This past week, Prime Minister Fayed, one of the most moderate of the Palestinians, resigned. I'm wondering if you can give us your assessment about what's going on in the Middle East and what we're doing to back the Israelis in their legitimate quest to say we want to negotiate no preconditions. Also with Iran, it's clear to me that Iran is buying time as their nuclear program advances. The recent P5+1 talks seem to have failed, and talks are delayed now until the Iranian elections in June and Ramadan, which starts in early August. So when do we say enough is enough, and what's the administration's plans for moving forward. And on Syria, the State Department and USAID have worked hard to address the humanitarian catastrophe. But I don't believe this civil war can be won with only humanitarian assistance and diplomacy. Do you believe, Mr. Secretary, that the United States will have any type of influence in the post-Assad Syria if we don't provide certain elements of the Syrian opposition with the weapons necessary to defend themselves and force Assad from power? So I'd like you to answer those questions.
All 6 of them in 3 minutes.
We'll give you extra time.
Congressman Engel, let me start with your last question. I'm going to work backwards. On Syria, we are working very, very closely with the Syrian opposition, with the Syrian military coalition, and with our core partners, as well as with the standard groups, G8, et cetera. I was just at a G8 meeting. We met with the Syrian opposition at that meeting. And I am flying to Istanbul for a Saturday meeting with all of the core group members and more of the Syrian opposition, because we're trying to get everybody on the same page here. The fact is that some people are providing weapons, and they've chosen to do that. Others are apparently about to decide to, some of our friends. And others have chosen a different path of providing different kinds of assistance. The point is, the opposition, I believe, is making headway on the ground. I believe Assad's days are numbered. I'm not going to get into the game of months or how long. I'm convinced that he's going to go. The question is when and how. Obviously, there are dangers of extremists who are finding some funding and engaged in the battle, and we want to try to separate them if that is possible. We also want to make certain that the people we're working with are committed to pluralism, diversity, to a democratic process, to all Syrians being represented, including the Alawi, the Ismaili, the Druze, the Christians, so forth. There have to be a series of guarantees. So we're trying to proceed carefully to make sure that we're not contributing to a worse mess, but that we're actually finding a constructive path forward. The most important thing about Syria I want to leave with everybody is this. There is a communique that was issued in Geneva last year, which the Russians signed on to and the international community signed on to, that calls for a transitional government chosen by mutual consent from both sides, which obviously does not include Assad because he will not be consented to, which then provides for this opportunity for a peaceful transition that maintains the institutions of the state. That's a critical goal here. So we're trying to proceed thoughtfully and carefully, and I think this meeting this weekend is going to be a very important one in terms of determining what options might be available in the road ahead. On the Middle East, you can tell from my early travels and my engagements that we're committed to trying to find out what is possible. I am not going to come here today and lay out to you a schedule or define the process, because we're in the process of working that out with the critical parties. But in my meetings on both sides, I have found a seriousness of purpose, a commitment to explore how we actually get to a negotiation. And we all have some homework to do. We're doing that homework. And I ask you simply to give us a little bit of time here. But I can guarantee you that I am committed to this because I believe the window for a two-state solution is shutting. I think we have some period of time in a year and a half to 2 years, or it's over. And everybody I've talked to in the region and all of the supporters globally who care about the peace, and I've been struck in my travels, incidentally, by how many people everywhere raise this subject and want us to move forward on a peace effort. They're all worried about the timing here. So there's an urgency to this in my mind, and I intend, on behalf of the President's instructions, to honor that urgency and see what we can do to move forward. With respect to Iran, I just say to you very simply, we're in the closest communication possible with Israel, our friends, and others concerned about this. We are discussing the clock, the time frame on Iran's enrichment and on the nature of the threat. I think we're in sync, and the President has made his policy crystal clear. No option is off the table, and Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. That's the policy. I reaffirm it today, and we're going to continue to leave the door to diplomacy open, but we understand there is a clock.
Thank you.
Chairman Emeritus Ileana Ros-Lehtinen.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. It's always a pleasure to see you. Mr. Secretary, days ago, the Venezuelan people faced impediments to a free and fair election due to the destructive and corrupt policies of Chavista loyalists. The CNE has stated that it will not allow a recount in Venezuela in an open and transparent manner. The U.S. must not, therefore, recognize these election results until a full and transparent recount and audit are conducted. Will you pledge here today that the United States will refuse to recognize the accreditation and swearing in of Nicolas Maduro? And I'll ask for your answer at the end. And does the lack of a coherent response from our State Department legitimize the Maduro regime? Mr. Secretary, here is a list of the voting irregularities cited by the opposition in Venezuela for your review. And as we know, Venezuela's largest supporter has been the Castro regime, as both continue to use oppressive tactics against their people. Yet by cutting U.S. democracy funds for Cuba, this administration is undermining the opposition and our efforts to help a true democratic reform on the island. Due to this proposed cut, civil society leaders may not be able to advance their democratic cause. And as our nation continues to face economic woes, the policy of the United States must be to be good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars. When I chaired this committee, I placed holds on the assistance to Palestinian Authority. Fayyad's resignation casts a greater shadow on the future makeup of the PA, and it opens the door for renewed reconciliation efforts between Fatah and Hamas. So if the PA is committed to the peace process, then why does the administration see the need to use U.S. taxpayer dollars to entice the PA to go back to the negotiation table? We cannot even guarantee that these funds will not end up being funneled to Hamas. And the administration is also requesting $580 million for a Middle East and North Africa fund. What specific benchmarks can ensure greater accountability and transparency in these funds, and who will oversee the implementation of this money? And Mr. Secretary, lastly, I have two questions for written reply to allow the Camp Liberty residents in Iraq to go back to Camp Ashraf. The double-layered T-walls that were protecting the camp were removed, and now the residents are vulnerable to armed attacks as they were on February 9th when 8 residents were killed. Will the U.S. ask the Iraqi government to adequately protect the residents in Camp Liberty? And another question for written response highlights Greece's importance to the United States and asks for your help in urging Turkey to allow the Christian Church Seminary in Halki to reopen. So, Mr. Secretary, on Venezuela, will the U.S. recognize Maduro as the president in spite of no recounts?
Well, I can't give you a yes or no answer on that because we've asked, we think there ought to be a recount. I don't know what is going to happen in the next days. They're talking about having an inauguration on Friday. Obviously, if there are huge irregularities, we're going to have serious questions about the viability of that government. But that evaluation has to be made, and I haven't made it yet. So I can assure you.
Will we be sending someone to the swearing-in ceremony in a U.S.
If it's
delegation?
under contested circumstances, I'd be very doubtful of that. But there's certainly no plan to. But I need to find out, you know, we've got to take a look at what's going to flow here. Originally, Maduro also said there ought to be a recount. And
And now the CNE has said.
correct. And
no
now the
recount.
CNE has stepped in and said no. I'm not sure that's over yet. The OAS has asked for a recount. Others have. So let's see where we come out on that.
Thank you.
Was the Camp Ashraf written for?
Just for written, but if you would care to
Well, I'll just
comment
tell
on-
you very quickly. I met with Prime Minister Maliki a few days ago. This concern about what's happening there at Camp Liberty was very much on our minds in terms of security. We are working with them now in terms of trying to do interviews. We've actually run into some problems with that. There was an Albanian offer to take some people. That was turned down. So we're working through a complicated situation. We'll give you a full written answer on that. With respect to the Mideast, well, let me leave the Mideast, North Africa to last. On the Palestinian Authority, look, I have to tell you, there's no way any of that money is going to Hamas. There's no relationship right now between the PA and Hamas. In fact, there's still a pretty vigorous competition going on. And I don't anticipate a reconciliation in the next days or weeks, frankly. One of the things we need to do, Madam Chairwoman, is strengthen the PA. If you're, somebody here has got to tell me who's going to take the place of either Salam Fayyad, and now that's up for grabs, or Abu Mazen. And it seems to me that for Israel, for us, for the world, that not strengthening the PA is to work against our own interests. Admiral Boucher there now is doing an extraordinary job following up on what General Dayton started a number of years ago to help build the security capacity in the West Bank. Last year, the entire year, not one Israeli was killed from an incident from the West Bank. So we need to recognize, even as there are difficulties, a lot is happening. Their economy is actually growing at a relatively decent rate. There's a level of cooperation which is growing and capacity that's growing. So we want to continue that, and I think that to not invest would be remarkably short-sighted, particularly given where we are now. Prime Minister Netanyahu has agreed in the last days to engage in a new initiative in terms of the economy, not as an alternative, not as a substitute, I want to emphasize this, to the political track, but in addition to, because he believes that you need to advance the
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
economic
Thank you,
strength.
Mr. Chairman, for the time.
We'll go now to Mr. Brad Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your continuing service to our nation. Condolences on what has happened in your home state, and to several of the State Department employees who work under your leadership. I've just got too many questions, so this may be a relaxing 5 minutes, and that for the most part I hope you'll respond to for the record. There's probably no more important country than Pakistan, and nothing more important than our public outreach to the Pakistani people. Yet we're broadcasting only in Urdu. This committee voted overwhelmingly that unanimously that we should spend $1.5 million broadcasting in the Sindhi language, and I hope that the Voice of America will broadcast in the several major languages of Pakistan, even though there are elements of the Pakistani government who have a phobia for the use of any language other than Urdu. You wouldn't dream of trying to sell a product here, at least in my city of Los Angeles, broadcasting only in one language. We have 37 partners who are visa waiver countries. Some 74 members of this House have co-sponsored the bill I introduced with Congressman Poe. Similar bills have gotten, we introduced that bill last year. Now this year in the Senate, both Barbara Boxer and Senator Wyden have bills that have significant support. Now, not every country can be a visa waiver country, but Israel meets the numerical test better than Hungary, Lithuania, and Latvia, who were made visa waiver countries a few years ago. And there are practical problems. There are practical problems in everything. But every country in Europe and our Canadian neighbors to the north have worked these out and have given visa waiver status to Israel. I hope that when Israelis want to see Mickey Mouse, they come to Disneyland or Disney World and not Euro Disney. Those shekels could be useful here. As to Iran, I want to commend the administration for the sanctions already imposed, but we have not sanctioned shipping companies that continue to service ports operated by the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps. We have not sanctioned the exchange houses, currency dealers, and precious metal dealers that are helping Iran evade sanctions, and I hope that you would instruct your staff to focus on those sanctions. Likewise, we've issued an exemption to Chinese financial institutions doing transactions with the Central Bank of Iran, citing a quote, reduction in Chinese purchases of Iranian oil. I hope you would furnish for the record what significant reductions there have been in Chinese purchases of Iranian oil, and also furnish the statistics with regard to India and Turkey. I want to add my voice to that of Ileana Ross-Layton when it comes to the MEK residents of Camp Huria and the importance of us using our efforts with Iraq to make sure that they comply to international law and restore the protective barriers that had been there. I hope that you would condemn Azerbaijan's threats to shoot down civilian airliners that fly into the Nagorno-Karabakh airport and Turkey's blockade of Armenia. My last question probably does deserve an oral response, but it's a premature and unfair question because matters need to be analyzed. And that is, do you see any parallels between what happened in Boston and international terrorist incidents that have happened in the past, whether those incidents actually whether occurred or whether they were nipped in the bud? I realize it's premature, but given your role as heading our foreign policy operation, do you see anything that has happened abroad that might be parallel to what we've seen in Boston?
Well, you know, Congressman, I'm not going to speculate. I have no evidence, and it would be inappropriate for me to just to cross any line here on that. Terror is terror. You know, a bomb going off in a mass of people is a bomb going off in a mass of people. And whether it's homegrown or foreign, we just don't know yet. And so I'm not going to contribute to any speculation on that. You know, Europe has had its share of, you know, bombs on trains, Madrid, London, buses, you know, in Bulgaria. That was Hezbollah. But it's inappropriate for me to go over in that territory. If you don't mind, I just don't.
I fully understand.
Let the people do their jobs and the forensic work, and we'll see where we are.
Thank you.
Go down to Chris Smith, Africa and Human Rights Subcommittee Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First of all, let me begin by thanking you for raising your voice on behalf of Iranian Pastor Saeed Abedini. We all appreciate that. I hope it makes a difference, and I hope you will continue to do so. 4 questions, Mr. Secretary. Within the last 2 years alone, I've chaired 3 congressional hearings on the systematic abduction of Coptic Christian teenage girls and even of young mothers who are then forced to marry Muslim men, Egyptian men, and are forced to renounce their Christian faith. There was a piece in today's Interpress Service news agency that more than 500 Christian girls have been abducted in the last 2 years, according to the Association of Victims of Abduction and Forced Disappearance, average age 13 to 17. I've raised this with our ambassador, Ambassador Peterson. As a matter of fact, a year after I gave her, and Frank Wolf actually physically put it in her hands, the information about what's going on by Skype, she talked to our committee. I asked her about it. She said she had not gotten around to it. I ask you, I appeal to you to raise this issue with President Morsi. I doubt that you have because you probably have not been briefed, but it is a horrible human trafficking issue, and I do hope you will raise it. Secondly, Chen Guangzhen has testified at 3 of my 4 hearings on his case, twice by phone and last week in person, right where you sit. Chen, as we all know, is unimaginably brave, a human rights defender who exposed the hideous practice of forced abortion in China, defended women in a class action suit, and for that he was tortured with unbelievable methods, he and his wife. And now his nephew, Chen Qi has become his proxy and is himself being tortured. He appeals strongly to you, to me, to the President, to raise, and all of us in Congress, to raise his nephew's case and that of the other Chens, but also to ask for information specifically about his case, which he has been able to get from the department. You know, the issue of forced abortion and sex selection abortion is so horrific. China is missing tens of millions of little girls who have been picked out and killed by sex selection abortion. A woman named Wiesenthal has written a book and points out there's over 160 million missing females in Asia's population, more the entire population of women and girls in the United States of America. It is terrible. It is destabilizing. It is a crime against women. Chen is paying or paid the price for that. Now his nephew is. Thirdly, on October 5th, 2011, you wrote an excellent letter to Secretary Clinton asking that Jacob Ostreicher be assisted in Bolivia. I've been down there twice. I visited him in Palomacero prison, and I also visited him again with Nydia Velasquez in his hospital room. He is very, very sick. He has never been charged with anything. 18 months in a terrible prison. He is, like I said, sick. We've never been able to get the intervention above an assistant secretary level. Will you please see fit to call Evo Morales, initiate an effort to rescue this man? Several of the prosecutors that were involved with prosecuting him are now behind bars because they broke Bolivian law. And finally, child abduction, particularly to Japan. A member from New Jersey, nobody's come back from Japan. 300 cases, nobody's come back. They're talking about I'm running out of time, so real quick. We need to push the child abduction case, especially as it relates to Japan.
Well, Congressman Smith, let me begin by saluting your unbelievably long-term passion for all of these human rights issues. You and I have worked together on a couple of things, and I really respect your tenacity and your focus, and I know that it makes a difference for these people that you raise these issues. I will tell you directly that on the Chen Guangzhen, I raised not only the issue of his nephew, but his family. And I raised it while I was in China last week at the highest level. And there is nowhere that I visit that I do not raise the issue of our human rights cases. With respect to child abduction in Japan, the answer is yes, I raised it, again at the highest level. I know people personally who've had children abducted, and they've never gotten a response. They've never come back. I might add, I've raised that issue. The last conversation I ever had with Mubarak was a half-hour struggle with him over the issue of Colin Bauer from Massachusetts, who has 2 kids that were kidnapped out of Massachusetts and taken to Egypt, and he's had unbelievable difficulty having the law enforced and being able to visit them and so forth. This is a huge issue. We have families of kids who've been abducted, gone to Japan. They can't see them. They don't get to them again. We have to resolve this. And to his credit, Prime Minister Abe has submitted to the Diet the Child Abduction Convention and has pledged to try to get it passed. And I think we will find perhaps new cooperation with this administration. So these are all extraordinary issues. And most importantly, on the abduction of these young women, the Coptics, there still is slavery in the world. You know that, I know that. and it's a tragedy. There is human trafficking that takes place in many more places than people think, in many more ways than people think. And we are going to raise that. We're raising that issue within the State Department. I raised it as chairman. We held the first hearings of the Foreign Relations Committee on it in the Senate, and I promise you we'll continue to focus on that in the days ahead.
We go now to Gregory Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's delightful to see you, Mr. Secretary. And again, thank you for your dedication to our country and all of the work that you've done over the years, first in the Senate and now as Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, I applaud the Obama administration's ambitious negotiations on the two important trade agreements that you talked about, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership with Europe and the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement with trading partners in Asia. These negotiations hold the promise of boosting the U.S. economy with increased access to our largest markets and stronger investments in our nation that will lead to more jobs. The economic potential is critical at a time when 1 in 5 jobs in our country are trade dependent. But trade is always about much more than about tariffs and non-tariff barriers. Europe, we know, is critical to helping the United States with challenges that cut across the foreign policy spectrum, Iran, Syria, to name a couple. And Asia is also key to several of our strategic economic security interests, as you highlighted in your recent trip. Mr. Secretary, I believe that while we deepen our economic ties to EU and Asia, there's also that we can't lose sight of the strategic importance of other critical nations like Turkey and Russia. Tackling some of our toughest geopolitical challenges will require a closer connection, I believe, to these nations. Yet, and I praise you on your recent trip to Turkey, where you have gotten Turkey closer to resolving tensions with Israel. That's a move that I think is tremendously important, and I commend you on that. I'm concerned about Russia and Russia's recent reaction to the list of names released by the U.S. Treasury under the requirements of the Magnitsky Law. My first question is, Mr. Secretary, as the administration focuses its foreign affairs budgets, how would you collaborate with Russia and Turkey, or what role would they play to balance the deepening of ties with the EU and Asia, while also, and while working together with them, Russia and Turkey, on some strategic and mutual interests that we have? And lastly, Mr. Secretary, I've worked in the Western Hemisphere for a long period of time, and I would like a view of whether or not and how the administration is looking at the Western Hemisphere, and I think in a post-Cold War viewpoint. I, like anybody else, believe that all votes should be counted. In fact, I wish all votes were counted in 2000. But it didn't happen here. But at any rate, how, working with our strategic partners, Colombia, Peru, Brazil, Venezuela happens to be there. They seem to be working with one another and in connection with us, because we see poverty beginning to be lowered there. What is our overall policy, or how is the foreign affairs budget, the State Department's budget, will be prioritized in the entire region as opposed to just focusing on one country, since they seem to be trying to work together closer than ever before?
Well, thank you very much, Congressman Meeks. I am very, very hopeful. I am planning a trip shortly to both Colombia and Brazil, and other countries, hopefully, as time permits. We've had some issues, obviously, with Argentina at late time over some debt issues and repayment and so forth, which we need to work through. But look, the Western Hemisphere is our backyard. It's critical to us. Too often, countries in the Western Hemisphere think that the United States doesn't pay enough attention to them, and on occasion, it's probably been true. I think we need to reach out vigorously. We plan to. The President will be traveling to Mexico very shortly. And then south, I think he's going, I can't remember which other countries, but he's going to the region. I will be going with other high-level visits. And we intend to do everything possible to try to change the attitude of a number of nations where we've had, obviously, sort of a breach in the relationship over the course of the last few years. The TTIP and the TPP, I'll say to everybody here, are really critical to the United States as well as to Europe and the Pacific relationship. Japan's very anxious to be involved in the TTP. They've taken steps to try to meet the standards. Canada, New Zealand, and Australia still need to make a decision about them coming in, but the hope is that we could get to the July negotiations with Japan and really move forward on that. Europe is very excited about the TTIP, and Turkey would also like to have a negotiation that's parallel to the negotiation with respect to the TTIP. So I think what we're seeing here is an enormous opening up of opportunity to raise the standards by which people have been trading to the highest common denominator, not the lowest, and to begin to open up new opportunities for growth in countries that are struggling right now to find that growth. So I think these are plus win-wins for everybody, and we're going to continue to work towards them. On Turkey, Russia, you know, Russia, some people criticize and say, well, what happened to the reset? I think they're overlooking, are there counter reactions to some things? Yes, there are. Have we gone down into a lower moment of that relationship? The answer is yes. And we have these fights over adoption, over Magnitsky, et cetera. But on big issues, I want everybody to take notice that Russia has cooperated with us with respect to Afghanistan and the northern route, which has been critical. Russia has cooperated with us on the WTO, cooperated with us on Iran sanctions, on the UN resolution, cooperated with us on the DPRK, and cooperated with us on the START treaty. Those are big ticket items. So even though there have been some bumps in the road, I am very hopeful that we can move this relationship back to a more visibly, completely constructive place, and we need to work at it. I had a very good meeting in London with Foreign Minister Lavrov to that end. I've been invited to go to Russia, which I will do prior to the G8, and I look forward to trying to work to do that. Turkey has been tremendously cooperative and very positive in a number of different ways. Foreign Minister Davutoglu and I have a very good working relationship. I've met with Prime Minister Erdogan a number of times already this year as Secretary. They have pledged to be supportive of the Middle East peace process. They are being supportive with respect to Syria. They are hosting this meeting this Saturday in an effort to bring the Syria core group together. Turkey is talking with us right now about helping with respect to both Cyprus and Nagorno-Karabakh, two frozen conflicts where we need to break out of the past. And I think Turkey is going to be a constructive player in those. So I look forward to a productive relationship.
We go now to Dana Rohrabacher, Chairman of the Europe, Asia, and Emerging Threats Subcommittee.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you. How you doing?
Good to see you. We've worked together on a number of issues in the past.
A lot of years.
I've got three specific things I'd like to ask you about very quickly, two of them very quickly anyway. Number one, you've already been alerted in the hearing as to our concerns, and you've already expressed your concern about the MEK's vulnerable situation in Camp Liberty. We do know that there was an attack on February 8th, or last February, I guess it was the 9th, and 8 people were killed, many were wounded. We have asked them to take down the structures, and they are not asked them, the structures giving them protection have been taken down. Are we going to, the question is are we going to hold the Maliki government responsible for their safety? And if there is another attack and more of them are murdered, are we going to withdraw any of, will the administration withdraw its requests for aid to a regime that's murdering innocent refugees in a camp that we helped put there? That's number one. Number two, why don't you go ahead and answer number one? Are we in any way going to pressure the Maliki regime on this issue?
I raised this issue directly with the Prime Minister when I was there a couple of weeks ago. We are deeply engaged in this. I am very concerned about the potential of another attack. We are trying very hard to find a place to resettle everybody.
Okay.
I'll tell you,
I want to say Senator, Mr. Secretary,
Yeah.
I've got two more questions that are
Okay,
important,
go ahead. But I'll just say to you, the answer is yes, we are looking for accountability, and we are working very hard to provide safety.
accountability for the Iraqi government is important on this issue.
It's the Iranian government that I believe was behind the
well, I
attacks.
will have to
But
say
we
that
need the Iraqi government to help provide security.
Maliki's coziness to the mullahs in Iran is disturbing, and this may reflect that. The administration is asking for hundreds of millions of dollars in aid, military aid, for Pakistan. So we're asking for aid, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion in other aid, to a government that is holding in prison the doctor who helped us bring to justice Osama bin Laden, a government that gave Osama bin Laden 10 years of safe haven. My question to you specifically is, how much longer are we going to rely on quiet diplomacy, talking with the Pakistanis about trying to free Dr. Afridi, who is an American hero? How long are we going to use quiet diplomacy rather than just cutting off their aid?
Well, you know the old saying, Dana, about cutting off your nose to spite your face. Cutting off aid to Pakistan would not be a good move, certainly at this point in time, for a lot of different reasons. We are working with Pakistan with respect to nuclear weapon safety and nonproliferation. We are working with Pakistan to get our supplies both in and out of Afghanistan. Pakistan has lost perhaps 50,000 people in the last years to terror.
Again,
They have soldiers.
Again, Mr. Secretary, Dr. Afridi was given safe haven. They are the terrorist friends. And here we are planning to give them millions of dollars, and they have ended up giving some of our aid to terrorists who are killing us. And the guy who tried to save us is languishing away in a dungeon. Shame on us, not you, Mr. Secretary. Shame on us if we ignore Dr. Afridi languishing away in a dungeon for our benefit.
We're not ignoring Dr. Afridi at all. Believe me, this discussion we have, and it goes on, but it's just not as simple. It's just not as simple as holding everything accountable to one thing where they assert that there were certain laws that were broken.
Yes.
And you know the arguments.
Sure.
Now, that complicates it.
Yeah, I've got 30 seconds, Mr. Secretary, and I got one more issue that is vitally important to bring up.
Absolutely.
And that is, I know that you're new to the job. We wish you all the success. I do not believe that Secretary of State Hillary was honestly cooperative with this committee about Benghazi. And you take a look, we have made request after request about, for example, just to get the list of the names of the people who were evacuated from Benghazi. And we haven't even gotten that, much less some of the other important questions. Now, I know the State Department has flooded us with paper for some of the more insignificant things. Mr. Secretary, we think that there was a cover-up of some kind of wrongdoing that led this administration to lie to the American people about the nature of the attack immediately after the attack and for a week after that attack. We need to have these questions answered. We need to talk to the people who are on the scene. Can you give us a commitment now that for this administration, you will be coming up with the request, the honest request of this investigative committee as to who was evacuated and how to talk to them so we can get a straight answer and an understanding of what happened in Benghazi?
Well, before I became Secretary, Congressman, I believe I got the answers to who was evacuated and had a pretty good sense of what happened there. But now that I am the Secretary and I'm responsible to you and the Congress, I can promise you that if you're not getting something that you have evidence of or you think you ought to be getting, we'll work with you. And I will appoint somebody to work directly with you, starting tomorrow with you, Mr. Chairman, to have a review of anything you don't think you've gotten that you're supposed to get. Let's get this done with, folks. Let's figure out what it is that's missing, if it's legitimate or isn't. I don't think anybody lied to anybody. And let's find out exactly together what happened, because we got a lot more important things to move on to and get done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Series of New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry about what happened in your state.
Thank you.
I share your hurt. I have three questions. One of the questions is, can you give me a status and the latest efforts that we're making to release Alan Gross from Cuba?
Say again?
Alan Gross
Yeah.
from Cuba. What is our latest effort to have him released? And where are we with that? And the other part of that question is, we have in New Jersey a $1 million bounty on Joanne Chesimard, which has been living in Cuba for many, many years. She's the person that shot a state trooper in New Jersey and fled to Cuba. I wonder if you're going to raise that issue when there's some sort of conversation. The second question I have is, you know, I represent a great deal of Coptic Christians in my district, and it seems that Egypt is making a concerted effort to have to remove the 60 million Coptic Christians in Egypt. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, there were more murders in Egypt, and nothing seems to be done. And the final questions I have is, do you anticipate any cuts to the assistance that we're going to give Israel in the coming year?
Do we anticipate any cuts?
Any cuts?
Well, I'll answer the last part first, and then I'll get to Alan Gross. Israel got a plus-up in the budget, I think, to $3.1 billion total, but that is subject to sequester, as is everything. And we're not able to undo that. So there'll be a plus-up, but then there'll be a reduction from the plus-up. It's still a net plus-up, but there is a sequester that will apply to everything, including Jordan, Egypt, Israel. Sequester, folks, was not supposed to happen. That was the theory. And we're living with it, and so we have cuts that we don't want. And that's the absence of making the policy choice itself. So, yes, there will be cuts under sequester. Now, on Alan Gross, there's a lot of effort that's gone into that. Senator Leahy just came back. He was down there. He visited with Alan Gross and has talked to the government about it. They were and have been attempting to trade Alan Gross for the 5 spies that are imprisoned here in the United States, and we've refused to do that because there's no equivalency. Alan Gross is wrongly imprisoned, and we're not going to trade as if it's a spy for a spy, which they're trying to allege. We're trying to work this out on a humanitarian basis, and I am personally engaged, as others are, and I've had personal meetings before I even became secretary, trying to get Alan Gross out of there. And I hope that somehow we can appeal to the regimes. I guess I should rephrase that. We can find out whether there is a humanitarian capacity or not, because he does not belong in prison. He's sick. He's been there for 3 years now or more, and he ought to be released on a humanitarian basis. We're going to continue to press it.
And Joanne Chesimard?
I don't have the background on that. I need to get that, and I will get back to you.
Right. Well, Joanne Chesimard, just for the record, killed a state trooper in New Jersey, and New Jersey has a $1 million bounty, and she's been living in Cuba home free for the last 20-some-odd years after killing a state trooper in New Jersey.
Let me get the file on that and see where we are, and I'll get back to you.
She fled to Cuba, yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And the Coptic Christians in Egypt?
I have met with President Morsi several times. I have raised the issue of protection. Generally speaking, when we've raised issues, there's been a response, but it's not even and it's not across the board, and we're very concerned about safety and security going forward. Egypt is in a very, very difficult state right now. There's no other way to describe it. And there are a number of forces at play, not just within Egypt, but certain states in the vicinity are supporting groups that are creating problems. You've got the Black Box. You've got other groups that are being funded from outside. And we are trying very, very hard to move things towards a place of stability. But it's very complicated because the Muslim Brotherhood, obviously, raises questions of, the readiness and willingness of people to work with it in not just Egypt itself, but outside of Egypt. So they need to be showing the opposition and the rest of the world with greater clarity that they are prepared to protect rights and prepared to provide security and prepared to be inclusive. And we have again and again been talking to them about the need for a broader-based governance than is currently being provided.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shabbat, Chair of the Asia Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, with regards to North Korea, the Obama administration has thus far pursued a policy that some have referred to as strategic patience. In other words, we hope that Kim Jong-un is going to see the error of his ways and stop the dangerous theatrics and return to the negotiating table and move toward denuclearization. Instead, we find ourselves, I'm afraid, in a situation where the current dictator has surpassed even his tyrant father and grandfather in unpredictability and recklessness. In a joint subcommittee hearing last week, I think most of our members agreed that the policy of strategic patience, if you want to call it that, has been a failure. I'd appreciate your response, but I'll get all the questions out and then you can respond. The second is with reference to Burma. Certainly we've witnessed dramatic changes in that nation in the past 2 years, but I think we all agree that there may well be some bumps in the road ahead. We applaud the reforms instituted thus far, and certainly we're happy to see an emerging new political process in last spring's by-elections, but we're also witnessing an escalation of ethnic violence. The military remains one of the most powerful actors in the country, and instead of working to curtail ethnic violence, it's thought by many to actually be the perpetrator. It would appear that President Thein Sein cannot keep his regional commanders under control in many instances. What steps will the administration be taking in its discussions with Burmese officials to stress that continued progress in civil society and democracy building is preferable to a policy that could, in fact, lead to further ethnic strife and a potential civil war? And finally, as one of the co-founders of the Congressional Taiwan Caucus, I'd like to talk about Taiwan just for a minute. Back in 2001, there was the announcement by President Bush at the time of Washington's willingness to cooperate with Taiwan in acquiring 8 diesel-electric submarines at a cost of $12 billion. The official position of Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense remains committed to procuring those submarines from the U.S. However, as the U.S. stopped making diesel submarines many years ago, the sale has been stalled. I know we've worked with France and some of our allies on this. Could you advise what the current status of this submarines being acquired by Taiwan is? And finally, you don't necessarily have to comment on this. If you'd like to, you can. But former President Chen Shui-bian languishes to this day in a jail cell in Taiwan. To me, it smacks of the criminalization of politics. To the extent that this administration communicates with President Ma, I would just urge you to urge President Ma to do the humanitarian thing. President Chen's health is failing. And I will now yield to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Congressman. I appreciate it. I'll take that and just follow up on it, and let me see what we can do about that.
Thank you.
On Burma, you're absolutely correct. There will be bumps in the road. I hope not big ones. Obviously, things are happening today that were unimaginable a few years ago, as the generals who imprisoned Aung San Suu Kyi are now standing with her and working towards this democratic process. But I'm very worried about the minority up in the northwestern corner who are still being very badly treated, and there are other issues, obviously, of the military. I can't sit here and tell you I know with confidence how this is going to play out, but we are constantly working to push it towards greater democratization, towards the fulfillment of the promises that are on the table. That was the purpose of President Obama's visit. I think it had an historic impact, and I think, generally speaking, we're moving in the right direction. On North Korea, I would not describe our strategy as strategic patience. I'd call it strategic impatience. And the conversations that I had in the region made it clear that we're not going down the same old road. We're not going to reward them. and come to the table and get into some food deal without some pretty, ironclad concept of how we're going forward on the denuclearization. Now, I'm going to be candid with you. We have responded absolutely, I think, appropriately to the threats by making it clear that since Guam was now potentially threatened, or Hawaii was potentially threatened, or even according to their biggest bragging that the continental United States could be reached, the President took the steps necessary that any president ought to take to make sure that you're not taking anything for granted. And so we have made it clear we will defend our allies and our friends and our interests. Now, that said, I think it's very clear from the last 15 or 20 years that the United States of America doesn't have direct influence with North Korea other than the military threat. And that has huge risks and dangers with somebody as untested, as provocative, and who has already proven himself willing to be reckless over the course of the last months. China does have a relationship. China provides almost 3/4 of the fuel to the North. China is a significant banking conduit for the North. China provides significant food aid to the North. I think it's fair to say that without China, North Korea would collapse. Therefore, I think it is important for us to work with China. And I think China has indicated its willingness to work with us. Now, they also are worried about instability, and I can understand that. China doesn't want to create greater instability on the Korean Peninsula or create a situation which, from a humanitarian point of view, they would inherit most of the problems with it. So hopefully diplomacy can actually work here. And that's the key, to work with the Chinese to change the equation that has had a bad repetition syndrome of total reneging, of complete failure, and of increased nuclearization. We have to try to change that.
We go now to Mr. Connolly of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. I'm sure you remember I was on the staff of the Committee on Foreign Relations when you joined the Committee on Foreign Relations in 1985 and worked with you for the next 5 years. I was also proud to head up Kerry for President in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where we carried for Kerry in terms of the Democratic primary vote, and I was also a delegate to the Democratic Convention on your behalf that year. And now you're Secretary of State, and I'm here.
This is leading up to a big ask.
Yeah. That ambassadorship to Switzerland is coming open. And I want to welcome you and congratulate you. And I know you're going to be a historic secretary. I wanted to ask you about two things. I wonder if you would comment on EventID. Some of us are very concerned, and as you may know, Howard Berman, former chairman of this committee, and I introduced a bill trying to streamline and make more focused the EventID legislation. But in some ways, aid has, over the years, been hollowed out. It was once a place of great expertise that lots of development experts went to. It has largely become a contracting management agency today, and I don't mean that to disparage aid. I think Congress has a lot to do with that degradation, but shouldn't we be rebuilding EventID to be the lead premier development agency of the United States government? And I know you've spent time when you were in the Senate, Mr. Secretary, on that subject, so I think we'd all benefit from hearing your views. And then secondly, congratulations to you and to the President in trying to engineer a rapprochement between Turkey and Israel. Wonder if you might comment on how you think that's going. I think that's a very important relationship in terms of our policy in the Middle East, and I think it's very important that that relationship work. And again, would welcome your views on that broad subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Congressman, and I am grateful for your friendship and support through the years, and thank you for being part of the staff early on when I first came, and I appreciate that kind of friendship. It's important. On
Thank you, but keep
EventID
Switzerland in mind, please.
Say again? Excuse me?
And thank you for that, but just keep Switzerland in mind, please.
Okay. AID is our lead and premier development agency. It really is. And it does amazing things that a lot of people don't see in a lot of parts of the world. There's just an extraordinary amount of great work that's going on. You always hear about a flagship problem. It's easy to find the problem, and there will be problems. Because some of what AID has to do is be the development entity in places no one else will go. And sometimes invest in a place where the economy is not where it would support necessarily a market solution, which is why AID has to be there. So you've got sort of the Millennium Challenge, corporation over here. You've got AID. AID is the preponderance of our expenditure, obviously. But it has adopted significant reforms in the last years that have actually moved some of the sort of development challenge kinds of enterprise into AID. Wherever we can, we are trying to do economic-based aid in a local way that is sustainable and that will result in long-term gains, not a project that comes and when the project's over, the money's gone and there's nothing to show for it. But there are some places where you still have humanitarian demands and other kinds of demands that will not lend themselves to that, and we just need to understand that. We have to understand that's, for the minimalist fraction of a percentage of our aid that may represent, it's still an expression of our values and interests, and it's important. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell this committee that the job is done. We are very focused on how we take the rest of the department, AID, and bring it along further on this effort to sort of react to a changed world and to changed requirements. And I think you'll see that as we go through this next year in many ways in the programs that we're developing and supporting. But Raj Shah has done a great job of pressing the reform agenda. There are people who don't like it in some places. There's always resistance to reform. So we're going to push ahead, I can promise you, and I think you'll like the results as we go forward. One quick thing on the rapprochement, Mr. Chairman, if I can just say, there's a very important next step that will take place, what are we today, the 17th? Next week, there'll be a meeting between the Israelis and the Turks that is the next step of the agreed-upon roadmap of the rapprochement, and hopefully that will resolve the compensation for victims, and then there'll be an exchange of ambassadors, and we move to the fullness of the relationship that we're looking for. I'm very hopeful that that can go forward without any hitch.
We go now to Mr. Joe Wilson of South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Our sympathy and solidarity for your hometown of Boston.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
As we proceed, in 1999, one of the achievements of the Clinton administration was a non-proliferation agreement with the Russian Federation. As part of that, there was the agreement to dispose of high-grade plutonium instead of for weapons to be made into fuel. And that resulted in a mixed oxide fuel fabrication facility being built at the Savannah River site in Aiken, South Carolina. Sadly, in the most recent budget, the administration is reducing the funding for the construction of the facility. It's 60% completed. It can indeed be such a great testimonial to the relationship that we have with the Russian Federation, fulfilling our agreements, but providing for a fuel of what has been something that, from an environmental standpoint, from a non-proliferation standpoint, all of it is just so positive. What do you see should be done?
Well, I just was asking because I was unfamiliar with that, and I'm just told it's a DOE issue, which is why I'm unfamiliar with it. I didn't realize that that cut had taken place. Obviously, from a macro policy point of view, we are very supportive of the non-proliferation initiative. I was very concerned about the Russian suspension of a component of it recently. I hope that we will get back on track because that's been really one of the most constructive things I can think of in terms of nonproliferation in the last 50 years.
It really is, and I appreciate you recognizing that, and it's virtually joint DOE, DO, and state, so I hope you will look into that.
Well, the funding part of it is not joint, but the policy part of it is, but I'm on it. I got you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Additionally, Secretary Clinton was very positive in promoting trade. In the state of South Carolina, we've had the remarkable situation of, in the last 2 years, becoming the leading exporter of cars of any state in the United States, BMW, the leading exporter of tires of any state in the United States, thanks to Bridgestone, Michelin, Continental Tire. We're very grateful for the investments in our state with GE, Westinghouse, Boeing. Will you continue the policies promoting economic trade between our countries and developing countries and countries all over the world?
Hugely. I said in my opening statement before the Foreign Relations Committee for my confirmation that today, in today's world, foreign policy is to a large degree economic policy. And I am deeply committed. I'm working right now to close out my appointments, the President's appointments within the State Department with respect to our economic effort. I personally believe this is how we're going to be able to do things, is leverage assistance. And I wish we had more time. I could sort of talk about a kind of modern-day Marshall Plan, if you will, which is going to involve the private sector to a large degree. And that's the way you're going to make a difference. What these countries need are jobs for young people, masses of young people. And so we need to try to find ways to, and I think the TTIP, the TPP, other kinds of initiatives can help do that. In the West Bank, what I was about to describe earlier was that Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Abbas have agreed to this add-on initiative of trying to bring the private sector to the table for rapid economic development to really make a difference, as well as for some infrastructure. So I think you can join both, leverage development, create jobs, brings you stability. That's sort of the new model. And I think we have to do a lot of work together to try to develop it.
And another positive example has been the nuclear agreement that we've had with India, and hope we proceed with that energy, which would be so important for that country to continue its development. I am also very grateful to be one of the very few members of Congress, including Ranking Member Elliott Engel, who have been to North Korea. I saw a situation where it seems like to me it would be in the interest, and you've already touched on this, it would be in the interest of China for a more rational existence to be there. They can already see the positive example of South Korea. Seoul actually, through their investments, employs 2% of the people of China. And I can imagine that North Korean investments is non-existent. So I hope that you'll persist in pointing out what would be positive for China to see change in North Korea. Thank you.
Congressman, thanks for your thoughtful comments.
We go now to Mr. Ted Deutsch of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the committee. I'd also add my thoughts and prayers to the city of Boston, and as well as to the family of Ann Smedinghoff and her colleagues in the Foreign Service who continue to mourn her loss. I'd also ask you, Mr. Secretary, as you begin your tenure, that you continue to push for information about my constituent, Robert Levinson, now missing from Iran for 2,230 days. I have a few questions to ask now. I'll submit some other questions for the record for you to respond to. I'd like to first just point out that last July's Burgas, Bulgaria bus bombing was carried out by 3 Hezbollah terrorists, killed 5 Israelis and a Bulgarian national. Last month, a 3-judge panel issued a decision and described Hezbollah's activities across Europe, and the President, when he was in Israel just recently, was very clear in saying that every country that values justice should call Hezbollah what it truly is, a terrorist organization. Mr. Secretary, I hope that you will continue to impress upon the Europeans why it is so important that the EU designate Hezbollah a terrorist organization. I'd like to also touch on, I'd like to follow up on something you said earlier. You said that you thought the window for a 2-state solution is shutting that there is perhaps 1.5 or 2 more years, or it's over. I would just ask if you believe that to be the case. I just hope that you will press Prime Minister Abbas, President Abbas, on preparing his people for peace. On if there is this short window that's left, why is it that there is not more focus on negotiations, that he continues to impose conditions, that rather than focusing on negotiations, much time was lost as he bypassed those negotiations to go to the United Nations. Statements that could be made to help stop incitement. There is an awful lot that can be done, and I hope when I'm finished, I hope you'll speak to that. And then finally, I'd like to talk about Iran sanctions and follow up on something that my colleague, Congressman Sherman, said earlier. He talked about significant reductions, and I would acknowledge that under Section 1245D of the Defense Authorization Act, a waiver of sanctions can be granted if the President makes a determination and reports to Congress that a country has significantly reduced its volume of crude oil purchases. Now, because of the sanctions, Iran's oil exports have dropped by 60% over the past year, and I commend State Department greatly and this administration for doing what it's had to do to get countries to comply. In December, waivers for China and several other cooperating countries were renewed for another 180 days, but over the past 3 months, China's imports of Iranian crude have steadily increased, as I understand it, from 354,000 barrels per day in February to 415,000 barrels per day in April. And I would ask you, Mr. Secretary, what constitutes significant reduction, and shouldn't significant reduction be defined differently at this point, given where the Iranians are in their nuclear program, and with the additional now outside information that Iraq is producing 3 million barrels more per day. Libya's production has been restored to pre-revolution levels with about 1,400,000 barrels per day. What are we doing to encourage the other countries to do more so that oil importation rather, is really reduced? I am grateful for the State Department's efforts, but given where we are and given the timing, it seems that before waiving sanctions again, there should be much more done and expected of the Chinese in terms of real reduction. And if you could speak to that, I'd be grateful as well.
You know, what I want to do is send you the statistics that show you, and I don't have them all here now, but I'll get them to you with respect to the China question. There's a point where these reductions become very, very, I just say this to you, it's not an excuse, but there's a point where these reductions become not only very difficult for a particular country to go beyond a certain point, but also where they have an impact on the global price. So if you want the price to go up here, you can have the Chinese vying for more somewhere else because they can't get it where they're getting it now, and you're going to see some price changes that may have everybody screaming as the summer comes and people, you know. So they're just, things are interconnected. But I will nevertheless show you, that is not, I'm not saying that's a reason for doing it. There has been a net reduction, and I'll give you those stats. Let me come back. The 2 questions three you've asked about. On Levinson, I have actually engaged in some back-channel diplomacy in an effort to try to see if we can get something done there. That has been raised at very high levels, and it is not a forgotten issue by any means. We're on it. On the Hezbollah, every conversation I had in Europe and elsewhere, I urged the labeling as a terrorist organization, because it is. And I emphasized to our European friends, particularly, the importance of that in terms of giving us greater financial tools to be able to restrict the flow of financing that allows them to engage in these activities. And finally, on the 2-state solution, look, the hurdle we have to get over here, part of the difficulty is that the level of mistrust on both sides is gigantic. President Abbas, deep down, is not convinced, and that may be a light word for it, that Prime Minister Netanyahu or Israel are ever going to give them a state. And on the other side, Israel is not convinced that the Palestinians and others are ever going to give them the security that they need. So we have to find an equation here, folks, where we can try to dispel those years of mistrust and get both sides to understand that both things are in fact possible. And that's as far as I'm going to go in terms of talking about the challenge here, but I think that's the complication, and we're trying to undo years of failure. And I think one can. I believe we can, but it's got to go carefully, step by step.
Mr. McCall, Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, congratulations on your new assignment. I know you will continue to serve the country well. And my condolences to the people in Boston. I plan to visit on Friday. I think the response efforts of the Boston Police Department, Fire Department, the people of Boston is a true inspiration. It makes me proud to be an American.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My question has to do with Benghazi. Earlier this year, Secretary Clinton testified, and I asked her about a classified State Department cable marked secret from Ambassador Stevens to the State Department on August the 16th. And in that cable, he essentially warns that the Benghazi consulate could not withstand a coordinated attack, and that's quote unquote. The regional security officer believed that our consulate could not be protected at an emergency meeting, which is a very extraordinary thing, less than a month before the attack on September the 11th. A contingency plan was supposedly drafted to move the consulate operations to a CIA annex about a mile away. And this cable came on the heels of three significant events. One, April 6, 2012, a crude IED was thrown over the wall of the U.S. facility in Benghazi. On May 22nd, the Red Cross building was hit by 2 RPG mortars by the Brigades of the Blind Sheikh. And June 6th, the U.S. consulate in Benghazi was targeted by an IED attack that blew a hole in the perimeter wall at the Benghazi consulate. Again, the Brigades of the Blind Sheikh take credit and responsibility for this. In written questions after the hearing, I asked the Secretary who in the State Department saw this cable and what specific actions were taken in response. I was disappointed, quite frankly, with her response, and I hope you can do better. Her response simply identified personnel in the Bureau of Diplomatic Security and the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs as having reviewed the cable. But it did not say who received the cable specifically and what specific actions were taken in response to what I consider to be a cry for help from our ambassador to our State Department in Washington that possibly could have prevented that tragic event from occurring. Mr. Secretary, can you tell me which individual or individuals saw this cable and what specific actions were taken?
I can't tell you which one reviewed it because there's a process going on right now which is supposed to come to me very shortly, which is an internal review and analysis of who did what and who may have or may not have made the right judgment or no judgment or whatever. And I have to act on that. So I have not seen that yet, and I don't want to, I'm not going to prejudice anything that I have to do here. I think the chairman raised the issue of people still working. There's a process. There's a due process. There's an administrative internal process. It will come to me, and I will have to make some kind of a decision. I'm not even sure exactly what the parameters of that are yet because I've waited until it's ripe and comes to me. But I know that it's coming, and I'll then know exactly who made what decision or didn't, and I'll have some responsibility to act one way or the other regarding it.
Well, I appreciate that, but can I have your assurance that you will let this committee know which individuals actually received that cable and,
Sure.
And what response was taken?
You have a right to know.
I certainly appreciate that. One last question. This is a sort of a mixture of State Department and the Department of Homeland Security, but recently the Global Entry Program was offered to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is where 15 of the 19 hijackers came out of. I can't think of any greater threat to aviation security than the Saudi Peninsula with Yemen right south of Saudi Arabia. For the life of me, I don't understand why Saudi was given preferential treatment over our NATO allies who fought alongside with our soldiers and fought and died and were wounded in Iraq and Afghanistan. And instead of rewarding NATO, our NATO allies with this global entry, we're rewarding Saudi Arabia. I personally, I'm not trying to be political here, I think it's a dangerous policy, and it could result in American lives being killed. Thanks.
I'm just trying to determine, and I apologize, but I'm trying to determine who actually makes the final decision on that. And I'm told it's an interagency process, which is, doesn't satisfy me and it won't satisfy you. I need to find out where that final decision gets made. But, and I want to say this in fairness, Saudi Arabia has cooperated with us and is cooperating with us in extraordinary ways. There are plots that we have uncovered that have never come to light and won't and shouldn't because of Saudi Arabia's assistance. Saudi Arabia is providing invaluable assistance in the counterterrorism efforts in the Arabian Peninsula. And Saudi Arabia has an extremely effective and has entered into with us a major capacity to vet, to determine the security. And as you know, in the global entry program, you go through a huge background analysis and check. Plus, you have major biometrics that are a component of it. I went through this a year ago or so that I could, join it. And I remember, every fingerprint, every sort of aspect of you is proctologized, and so you wind up with a pretty good sense of who's who. So I personally have confidence in the capacity of Saudi Arabia to do that. And I think I wouldn't prejudice them automatically by virtue of what happened. I'd look at the procedure and check and see what goes into it in fairness.
And I agree, and my time's expired, but I will say, and the Saudis have been extraordinary allies with respect to intelligence. I agree with you on that point. But I do think it merits review by your department as well.
Well, I'll check out on the final review, but I have great confidence in the Saudi Arabian contribution. The kingdom has been very, very helpful in any number of ways.
Mr. Secretary, going back to your earlier comment as you referenced the Benghazi review, can you provide us a copy of that internal review once it's completed?
I don't know. Honestly, I just don't know what whether there's a privacy internal administrative restriction that we all have given through Congress. I don't know what the law is. But
we will make a request on that, and we appreciate your follow-up on it. We go now to Karen Bass of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to congratulate Secretary Kerry on your appointment and also join my colleagues in expressing my condolences.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you and especially working with the committed women and men at the State Department. And I have to tell you that I have really enjoyed working directly with the State Department, and I'm honored to have an excellent Pearson Fellow in my office who I am looking forward to continuing to work with me. As the ranking member of the Africa Subcommittee, I wanted to share with you several priority issues that I hope you'll consider. First of all, U.S.-Africa trade relations. Number two, the importance of development assistance programs, including global HIV/AIDS funding through PEPFAR. And number three, support for peacekeeping operations. As you know, the UN is considering establishing a peacekeeping force in Mali, and there's already a substantial peacekeeping mission in the DRC. I know you're aware that 6 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are located in sub-Saharan Africa. And it is my hope, to the extent possible, that the State Department will prioritize trade with the African nations. You should know that we have a bipartisan, bicameral effort working in conjunction with Chairman Smith to quickly put forward a renewal of the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. So I have 4 questions I'd like to ask you. I wanted to know what steps are you taking to focus on Africa's extraordinary growth potential? What are your thoughts about the U.S. appointing a special envoy to the DRC? Does the request for peacekeeping operations accurately reflect the growing needs on the continent? And can you comment on the significance of the 6% cut to USAID HIV/AIDS funding?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me emphasize, first of all, that we were really pleased that PEPFAR was able to be held whole. I think that's vital. I have personally visited. I was in Durban, north of Durban, in the mountains, watching how that program is being effectively administered and the difference it has made. We are looking at, as Secretary Clinton said when she testified, we have the potential to have an AIDS-free generation as a result of what we have done. And we should be very, very proud of that. That will continue completely. With respect to the DRC, the answer is yes. We're going to appoint a Great Lakes special envoy in short order. I think you'll be very pleased with the President's choice. That is also caught up in the vetting process right now.
Okay.
But I'm very anxious to do that because I believe that without a great deal of input, one could deal with M23 and encourage Rwanda to perhaps take a different approach, help President Kabila to be able to deliver better governance. There's a lot that we can do, but we've got to be able to be there and be engaged. And to that end, in answer to your question, is the level of funding sufficient? I tell you, no. I mean, the answer is it's what we can ask for under the budget constraints we're living with. But I don't think anybody should kid themselves that we are stepping up to do what is possible and what is perhaps morally critical with respect to developing an indigenous African capacity to respond through the AU or otherwise to some of these crises. And as you know, we have, a number of UN efforts there now. They're just not yet sufficient to be able to do the job. So we have some development work to do in that, and it would be such a return on investment because a lot of this violence is thuggism.
Right.
It's just criminals who run around and are unleashed, and if we had the ability to be able to provide some order, I think we could do a lot more for economic development and peace.
Absolutely. And Mr. Secretary, before I finish, I really think that we need to just change our perspective and how we view the continent. With some of the world's fastest growing economies on the continent, I would like for you to address the significance or the priority that the State Department would put on.
Six of the 10 or 12 fastest growing countries in the world are in Africa. And I want to say to our colleagues here, we all are concerned about our economic future. China is investing more in Africa than we are.
Right.
And we need to, it doesn't have to be, a zero-sum game, but we ought to recognize where our future economic interests and capacity may lie. And I think that's why these investments are so small against the return on investment in the long run. And Africa, we need to be deeply engaged in and intend to be. The President will travel there, and we have a lot to do.
Thank you.
We'll go to Judge Poe, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Terrorism, Nonproliferation, and Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I want to first of all thank you for your help last year on the Foreign Aid Transparency Act. I think we can, if we get this passed this year, it will do a lot to explain to the American public why we give foreign assistance if it's held accountable by some type of legislation. So thank you for your work on that. I want to talk about, if I have time, 4 different issues: North Korea, Benghazi, the MEK, and also Pakistan. I read recently that when you were in China, that you suggested the United States would reduce our missile defense system in Asia in exchange for Chinese help with North Korea. It seems to me that even though we are being threatened by nuclear attack by the North Korean government, First of all, is that an accurate statement? And if so, explain that if you would.
No, not an accurate statement. I think it was corrected while I was over there. There was a reporting to that effect. There was no offer, no deal, no contemplation of it. What I did say publicly, and I'll say it again, is that the President took specific deployment steps of missile defense in direct response to North Korea. And it stands to reason that if the North Korean threat disappears, there would be a logical question of whether or not that same level of deployment is necessary. That's all I stated, was a sort of fact based on the rationale of the deployment itself.
Do you think that the United States should give aid to North Korea of some type to temper their saber rattling, which they seem to do about this time every year?
No.
All right. Thank you for those comments. I'm glad I agree with you totally, and I just want to clear that up for the record. Also, as all have said regarding Boston, and Chairman McCall especially, the activity of our first responders was textbook, but also the people, how they came out of the stands and down the street to help other wounded and critically wounded citizens and non-citizens as well, people from all over the world. I especially am encouraged by the cowboy from Costa Rica that is now an American citizen, how he helped with one of the runners, and that's what some of the best part of America is, the people. You mentioned bringing those perpetrators to justice, and they will be brought to justice. But buttressing in on Benghazi, it's been 7 months since that attack. People are frustrated. Members of Congress are even frustrated. They want several hundred want a select committee to study Benghazi. Of course, many of them aren't on any committee of jurisdiction, but they want a committee. And I hear comments all the time. Why haven't we captured somebody that did these bad things in Benghazi? Reports indicate that the Libyan government really won't do anything because, reportedly, some of the groups, the militia groups that support the Libyan government may be involved in the attack. Would you comment on that if you can?
I don't have any knowledge whatsoever of that. Let me just say that one of the first things I did when I came in was call Director Mueller at the FBI to get an update on this. Because obviously there's no family in America that wants justice more than the State Department family, believe me. So I wanted to know where we are, and I think we are making progress. Now, there's video, as you all know. We have identified people, and they're building a case. We're going through the tedious, laborious, and very difficult process of gaining evidence from a part of the country which is dangerous, and working in a place where the standards are different and the expectations are different. We're working through that. But I can guarantee you this, and I think all of you know because of Bob Mueller's service and the extra years that people passed a law to allow him to serve, there's no more dedicated or capable leader of the FBI, and there's nobody more committed to do this. So I have confidence in that. I also have confidence in something else. This President of the United States made it clear once before that he would do what was necessary to bring somebody to justice. And I guarantee you he has made it clear yet again that we will find justice here. And the President will do what is necessary. Our hope is to work with the Libyan government and do this through a process.
And I'll submit further questions for the record, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to William Keating of Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I know that both of us, although we're here, part of us are still back home in Massachusetts this morning. But getting to the theme of this morning's hearing, your theme of small, smart investments is right on point. I couldn't agree with it more. One of those areas that the administration and you have been involved with, and personally, and Secretary Clinton had been involved with, has been really dealing with issues like the National Action Plan for Women peace and security in the world. And I think that we can't approach the broader issues of poverty and the rule of law and education and health care around the world without dealing with these issues. They're core to any advancement in that area. And furthermore, I think they're the smartest way to make some of these investments for our dollar and to be effective. So I'd like you to just two things, if you could, comment on. One is generally comment on your ability to deal with these gender equality advancement issues with women around the world. And number two, particularly, gender-based violence. You know it in your capacity. You knew it when you were a prosecutor, as I did. They know no borders or bounds when you're dealing with violence based on gender-based violence. And internationally, the violence that so many women experience take many different forms, from rape to early forced marriage to harmful traditional practices that occur, such as genital mutilation, honor killings, acid violence, sexual violence in contact, and I could go on and on and on. But can you comment on the Department's first time ever strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally? Those are the two things I'd like you to comment on, Mr. Secretary.
Oh, thank you, Congressman. That's good to see you, and thanks for our shared feelings about what's happened up in Boston. Secretary Clinton did a terrific job of sort of putting this issue squarely on everybody's agenda, and I'm determined to make certain that we live up to that standard, if not exceed it. And I think we're on a good start to do that in terms of trafficking issues and other things. But in London last week at the G8 ministers meeting, Foreign Minister Haig of Great Britain made the centerpiece of our meeting sexual violence as an instrument of war. And we had a meeting. We had outside representatives come in who helped to raise the profile of that. And in my judgment, it was a very valuable moment for people to realize that this is going to be held accountable as a war crime, and that we're going to keep this gender-based violence front and center as we go forward. I would also say to everybody, when I was in Afghanistan a couple weeks ago, when Ann Smedinghoff was my control officer, she helped put together a remarkable meeting of 10 entrepreneurs, 10 women in Afghanistan who are struggling against all of the resistance culturally and historically in that country to stand up and start businesses and help girls go to school, help women be able to be entrepreneurs, a remarkable process. And the courage that they exhibited deserves everybody's support. It will certainly get ours in the State Department, and we're going to continue this in many, many different ways over the course of the next year. I think you'll see us continue it.
Thank you. In terms of accountability, Mr. Secretary, could that also include some conditions that might be tied to aid from time to some extent?
You know, Congressman, there are some places that I think lend themselves to that kind of conditionality, and there are others that just don't. And I don't think there's a blanket, cover-all way of explaining, a set of standards that's going to apply everywhere. In some countries, the standards actually can be counterproductive, and you don't get done what you're trying to do. It really depends on what is the package, what's the nature of the program, and I think you have to be pretty customized in that approach.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, as I turn it back to you, I do want to thank the members of the committee as well as the members that I've been talking to on the floor for their genuine and heartfelt concern about what's occurring in Boston. I know we're all in this together, and I want to thank the Secretary for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Keating. We go now to Matt Salmon, Chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. First of all, I'd like to submit several written questions that were put together by 700 retired Special Forces operators that are in regard to Benghazi, and I'd just like a written response on that. Also, you've urged us to review the video from the attack of that night. We've requested that video, but the department has not provided it. When I mean we, the committee.
We don't have it. I think it's I saw it in a classified briefing. I believe it may be the agency or something.
Would it be possible for you to take measures to ensure that we do get it?
I'll try to find out where it is and what the deal is. I'm surprised. I would think.
Yeah, we've requested that video, but it's not been provided.
Okay, well, we had an all-members briefing, I'm reminded, in the Senate, and it was shown there.
Okay.
Oh, in the House, there was? Oh, there was an all-members briefing in the House, apparently, which did show it.
Okay. Well, if we could get that as a committee, it'd be extremely helpful.
I'm not sure
We
who
could work
showed
with-
it. Mr. Chairman, do you know which committee would have hosted that? All members? Maybe the leadership did. But I'm confident that, look, every member who was there saw it, and if you haven't seen it, I'm confident people will make arrangements for you to
Great.
see it.
I have a few questions regarding the Western Hemisphere and some energy issues. As the chairman mentioned, I'm the chairman of the Western Hemisphere Committee, and I'm very interested in what the next move is going to be from the administration regarding the XL pipeline. I believe that it's been documented over and over and over again, the jobs that will produce, the benefit to our economy. Your State Department has said that there is no significant greenhouse gas issues with it or problems with regard to global warming. And so I'm kind of wondering why the administration continues to stall on that. Also, regarding liquid natural gas, we have an overabundance of LNG in this country and a great opportunity to export, especially to the Caribbean. With the current economic problems in Venezuela and I think their diminished capacity to provide this great commodity, we have a phenomenal opportunity, again, to provide jobs in the United States and export. The President has said he wants to double our exports over the next 5 years. I wholeheartedly endorse that idea. It's wonderful. Here's an opportunity to actually put our money where our mouth is, and I'm wondering what it's going to take to get the Department of Energy to get off the dime on issuing these permits so that we can get on with exporting that, especially to the Caribbean. And then finally, I am a strong supporter of the transcontinental hydrocarbon agreement with Mexico. I think it provides yet another wonderful opportunity for the United States and America to enter in a great economic joint venture, as well as make the Western Hemisphere energy independent, which I think is a great goal. We have some great opportunities, I think, to do economic activities with our partners here in the Western Hemisphere, but I think it's time for us to move forward with that. I have met with some of your personnel, and they have submitted language that's acceptable. I'd like all hands on deck from your department to help get that done now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by saying, first of all, there's no, I assure you, there's no stalling going on. The law is being followed. We're just following the law. We have a procedure that had to do an EIS. The EIS was appropriately contracted out. The EIS was done. Then we have a public reporting period. That public reporting period is going on right now. Then after the public reporting period, there's an option, it's all under the law, to perhaps get more information if there's some reason the public comment required it. There's a determination of public interest, and then ultimately the decision will come to me. But it's not ripe, it's not there, and I am staying as far away from that as I can now so that when the appropriate time comes to me, I'm not getting information from any place I shouldn't be, and I'm not getting engaged in the debate at a time that I shouldn't be. But we are following the legal procedure that is required, I assure you. Secondly, regarding LNG and so forth, look, I spent a lot of time on energy and climate and so forth when I was in the Senate, and I would love to see the Western Hemisphere be energy independent, and it's not a dream. It is conceivable that it could happen. You and I might have a slightly different sense of what the mix of energy ought to be and how you might achieve it, but it's doable, and I think it's worth us trying to proceed it. I think there's a Canada, U.S., Mexico / Latin America, Central American component to this, which is really worth exploring much more vigorously, and I'm prepared to do that.
We go now to Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes, and afterwards we will go to 3 minutes per member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for your continuing service to our nation. I, too, want to extend my condolences to you for the recent loss at the State Department, and I know I speak for all Rhode Islanders when I extend our condolences for the residents of the city of Boston and of Massachusetts, and express that they will continue to remain in our thoughts and prayers. I'd like to also add my voice to the priorities that were set forth by my colleague, Congresswoman Bass, about the continent of Africa and the importance of remaining fully engaged in that region of the world, and very pleased to hear your response to that. And with your indulgence, I'll submit written questions with respect to the status of the implementation of the recommendations of the Accountability Review Board as they relate to diplomatic security, a question regarding the waiver program for Portugal and the Loges Air Force Base in the Azores and mitigating the impact there, a question regarding Armenia, particularly Nagorno-Karabakh, a question about our longstanding relationship with Greece, and finally the State Department's role in protecting LGBT individuals and human rights of those individuals all around the world. But I'd like to ask you today, Mr. Secretary, to speak to two specific areas, Syria and North Korea. As you know, Mr. Secretary, over 1 million refugees are currently left Syria. At the Kuwait conference in January, pledges were made of $1.5 billion in humanitarian assistance, but only a small percentage of countries that have made that pledge have fulfilled their pledges. And so I'd like you to speak to what efforts are underway to ensure that Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE in particular are making good on their commitments, and what coordination is underway with donor countries to ensure that the assistance is reaching the affected individuals. I'd also like your thoughts on whether or not we're considering closing the Syrian embassy here in the United States and what the sort of rationale of keeping that relationship ongoing. And finally, on the issue of Syria, I'd like you to speak about what efforts are being made with respect to protecting Syrian girls and women in the refugee camps. We have seen some recent reports, again, that talk about sexual violence and the exchange of money for family members in exchange for young women being forced to marry. And so the sexual violence in these refugee camps is a particularly important issue. And secondly, I'd ask you to talk a little bit about what your recent trip to Seoul and to Tokyo might have contributed to your thinking about what's happening on the Korean Peninsula. What's your assessment of what's likely to happen, what we might be able to do as members of Congress to help bring stability to that region of the world and to protect American national security interests on the Korean Peninsula?
Well, thank you, Congressman. Good to see you again, and I appreciate the questions. On Syria, let me just say very quickly, we are really in touch very directly with these donor countries. As I said, we've given $385 million to the refugee issue. They're probably, I mean, we're nearing the million mark over it. The fourth largest city in Jordan today is a tent city. It's a refugee camp. And you can imagine the destabilizing impact and the problem for the Jordanians who have other issues and challenges economically. So this is a big deal. In Lebanon, you don't have camps. In Lebanon, the refugees are spread throughout the country, but the estimates are they may be as much as 10 to 20% add-on in terms of population. And then in Turkey, you have very significant numbers of refugees in addition. You also have displaced persons within Syria itself. So this is reaching a major humanitarian crisis level, and it's one of the reasons why we are going to meet in Istanbul this weekend is some of the donor countries will be there, but none of us want to sit around and simply see this refugee crisis grow and grow and grow, and ultimately you wind up with an implosion of the country itself. That may happen. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we can prevent that. But the best shot at preventing it is to try to get to the negotiating table, to get the Geneva communique implemented so that you can save the institutions of the state, not wind up with an enclave state with huge instability and problems with extremist groups that have grown stronger as a result of this conflict. So time is our enemy. Sooner is better in terms of getting to the table and conceivably getting some agreement. Just very quickly, because I know the gavel's rung, on North Korea and the peninsula, I just repeat again, President Park has a new policy called trust politic, and she wants to reach out to the North. She obviously can't do that in the middle of this kind of process. My hope would be that the Chinese will come to the table in a way that they never have before, that we can work with the Chinese to redefine what's in all of our interests, which is a kind of stability in the peninsula, moving north to a denuclearization, and ultimately, hopefully, an integration into the community of nations based on economic reform, which China, the United States, others could become engaged in. And that could ultimately even open up the possibility of President Park's outreach to be able to have an impact. Absent China coming to that table, I believe Kim Jong-un calculates, literally calculates, that I can get away with anything if China isn't going to hold me accountable. And so that's where we are.
Thank you.
Mr. Adam Kinzinger of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr. Secretary. Since my time's been cut down, I want to just make a few brief comments and then a couple of very brief questions for you, sir. First off, I want to say I was one of 6 Republicans to support the president in Libya. I supported his decision to go in there. I think it was the right thing to do. I believe, as you had mentioned in your testimony, in the strength of America and that America cannot retreat from the world, even at times when we face tough budgets and everything else, and I'm glad to hear you say that. Where I was dismayed in the Libya situation, though, and what I've seen since then, is this idea of America leading from behind. And it's a strategy that I know was mentioned a couple times in passing, but I worry that we're now trying as a nation to be more of a leader from behind. And I believe personally that when America retreats from the world or retreats from a leadership role in the world, that chaos ensues. And so it's an area, and I want you to address that, but I want to make a couple of other quick comments. You mentioned, I think, in one of in your Senate confirmation hearing that you hear from diplomats, they wonder if the United States can continue to deliver. And I appreciate that, and I wonder if that is related to the new strategy of leading from behind and not necessarily a financial issue. I believe one of the greatest mistakes we've made in the last few years was not leaving a leave-behind force in Iraq. And I believe that now what we're going to see in Iraq actually frightens me, and I know you all are doing great work there, and I want to be very clear that the Department of State has a strong presence in Iraq, and I appreciate that, but I believe not leaving behind American troops was a major mistake, and that turns me to Afghanistan. As we're looking at winding down Afghanistan, a concern I have is the IMET funding for training and education. 95% of soldiers are reported as illiterate. And so my question to you specifically on, first off, is to address the lead from behind strategy, sir, and how you see it. And then secondly, from Afghanistan, are we in a position with the president's timetable for withdrawal, which I believe was basically based on an arbitrary date, but are we in a position without a strong U.S. military presence after 2014 to leave behind an Afghan military that can defend itself against a resurgent Taliban or against al-Qaeda? And with that, I'll give you the remaining minute, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, well, I really appreciate it. 2 very good questions. Let me begin. And I'm really happy to have this opportunity. Let me kill this idea of leading from behind. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know what it means. Well, I don't know how you lead from behind. If you're leading, you're leading.
Confuse me too, sir.
Well, let me just finish. I believe that this president led on Libya. The fact that you decide not to put your boots on the ground doesn't mean you're not leading. There are different roles for different people to play. Now, I respectfully suggest that almost every member of this committee would have said, I don't want boots on the ground in Libya. I also believe most people would say, I don't want boots on the ground in Syria. but it doesn't mean we're not leading. We are leading. The President sent me to Rome to bring together together with our Italian friends, the core group, and we upped what we were doing, and we led the effort to try to get greater support. I went to Turkey. I met with Foreign Minister Davutoglu and the Prime Minister, and we agreed there at the President's instruction to see if we could put together an additional effort with respect to Syria. That meeting will take place this Saturday. That's leadership. I believe the President has led from the beginning in helping to put the Syrian opposition on the map, to get it recognized, to have the Paris meeting, the London meeting, the subsequent meeting in Rome, and so forth. And to me, that's leadership. So put it behind. I'm just going to say one word in Afghanistan. The whole purpose of our policy today is to train and equip the Afghan army to be able to fend for itself. Most of the reports, colleagues who've been traveling there, the friends from the Senate who've told me they went over recently, were encouraged by what they've seen the Afghan army capable of doing. You don't see major assaults of the Taliban against the army. You see people blowing themselves up. Mm-hmm. You see cowards coming out, or people convinced, young children, 16, 17 years old, to go blow themselves up. You don't see the leadership blowing themselves up ever. So I think that the fact is that what we're seeing are sort of a kind of desperation on the part of the Taliban, and hopefully in this fighting season, we will see what the value and capacity of the Afghan army is. And in the next fighting season, we still have 2 fighting seasons to see how this army develops. And as to the leaving of the troops in Iraq, look, the Iraqis would not give our troops immunity. We were
I don't think we pushed very hard for that,
Well,
Mr. Secretary.
Hold on,
But I know my
gentlemen.
time's up.
If,
Thank you.
if the members can be brief with their questions, a little laconic here, we can get through all of the members here. Alan Grayson of Florida.
As briefly as possible, Mr. Secretary, I wanted to ask you a few questions about the visa waiver program. Are you familiar in general with the program?
I'm in general, yeah, that's a pretty good way to describe it.
Well, formerly the administration had the authority to add countries to the visa waiver program, and now it does not. Would you like to see that authority on behalf of the administration restored?
Which authority?
The authority to add countries to the visa waiver program, which allows qualifying citizens of those countries to come to the United States on a short-term basis without a visa.
I think if people qualify, look, we have a standard, as you know, that people are supposed to meet in order to be able to qualify for it, and sure. Look, you're not going to have every country in the world being visa waivered for obvious reasons, but where people can meet the standards of requirement with respect to the rate of refusal, which is the key standard, we're all for it.
Would you like to see strong strategic allies like Israel and Brazil and Poland rewarded for their cooperation with U.S. foreign policy by including them in the visa waiver program?
Yeah, but I'm not in favor of waiving standards to do it. I think we have to have people meet the standard and proceed from there.
Well, up to now, the standard has been what you described, which is a 3% rejection rate as determined by the Customs and Immigration Service. Right. Some countries go slightly beyond that, in part because there isn't a uniform standard applied by embassies throughout the world. Some embassies have a more liberal policy with regard to applications than others do. With that in mind, instead of outsourcing the decision-making to the Customs and Immigration Service, would you like to see input with regard to diplomatic and security and also economic considerations when these determinations are made?
I'd have to review that. Let me just tell you that there are several established criteria in the Act with respect to the current standard for the visa waiver. One is that the government provides reciprocal visa waivers. 2, that the government issues secure machine-readable passports. 3, that the government certifies they have a program to incorporate biometric identification into their passports. 4, that the government reports the thefts of blank passports. 5, that they maintain the low immigrant refusal rate. And 6, that they maintain less than 2% rejection for travel for non-immigrant applicants. So those are the standards in the current law. And you guys obviously have the right to change that if you see fit. But that's the current standard, and I'm not in favor of waiving that.
Well, none of those standards are economic. For instance, none of them consider the economic benefit to the United States. None of those standards are security related, for instance, concerning the benefit to loyal
Will
allies.
you give us a lot
throughout
more
those countries.
analysts in the budget so we can do all of that?
Would you be in favor of considering those factors as well, Mr. Secretary?
I'd want to have some evaluation of it to make a judgment as to whether or not it makes sense.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks of Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kerry, 7 months ago, Americans were murdered at the Benghazi consulate. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that the administration has testified 8 times, given 20 briefings, and provided 25,000 pages of documents about Benghazi. Yet the American people still do not know why Ambassador Susan Rice, during a heated presidential race, made so many false statements to the American people about what happened in Benghazi. More specifically, on September 16, 2012, on This Week with George Stephanopoulos, Ambassador Rice stated, and I quote, "What this began as, it was a spontaneous, not a premeditated response to what transpired in Cairo," end quote. Yet, on the very same day, Libyan President Mohammed Magharaf stated on NPR, quote, "The idea that this criminal and cowardly act was a spontaneous protest that just spun out of control is completely unfounded and preposterous. We firmly believe that this was a pre-calculated, pre-planned attack that was carried out specifically to attack the U.S. consulate," end quote. Similarly, the State Department's own Accountability Review Board concluded that there were no protests prior to the attack on the U.S. consulate. Again, on September 16, 2012, on Meet the Press with David Gregory this time, Ambassador Rice stated, quote, "What happened in Benghazi was in fact initially a spontaneous reaction to what had just transpired hours before in Cairo, almost a copycat of the demonstrations against our facility in Cairo, which were prompted, of course, by the video," end quote. Ambassador Rice made 3 false statements in one sentence. First, Ambassador Rice misrepresented that Benghazi was a spontaneous reaction to the Cairo protests. Second, Ambassador Rice misrepresented that Benghazi was a copycat of the Cairo demonstrations. And third, Ambassador Rice said Benghazi was prompted, of course, by an anti-Muslim video when there was little, if any, credible evidence to support this claim. Secretary Kerry, as we now know, the Libyan president told the truth. The ambassador to the United Nations of the United States of America did not. My question to you is, can you give assurances to the American people that you will conduct an investigation that will find out why Ambassador Rice made so many false statements to America about what happened in Benghazi, and that you will share your findings with the American people?
No, because I don't think it's necessary. Ambassador Rice has apologized for her mistaken comments, which were based on talking points that she was given. And she has made it clear that she was mistaken. I am absolutely confident beyond any reasonable doubt Ambassador Rice did not purposefully mislead anybody. She was using the talking points, and there was confusion in the early hours about the demonstration that took place in Cairo and a release that had taken place from an embassy person in Cairo, which incidentally was inappropriate. A release that was not very well thought out, that said something about, I can't remember the precise language, but it looked as if we were not standing up for freedom of speech. That was subsequently retracted. And in the process, I think there was a sufficient level of confusion. I think she would tell you she over-relied on those talking points. But I can tell you that Susan Rice would never go out and purposely mislead you. Now, at some point, we've got to find a way to make a judgment here about how much information we have and how much information is sort of somewhere out there and you know, that might contribute something further here constructively. I will work with you, Mr. Chairman. I do not want to spend the next year coming up here talking about Benghazi. If there's something legitimate that really needs to be put on the table, I'll put it on the table. And I'll work with you in good faith. And I believe after we do that with you and the ranking member, you will not have questions. And I ask you to, you know, put what your members feel they need, But let's put this behind us. We've got serious, major, big, current, important, vital to our national security issues to be debating. And
Thank you, Mr.
I'll
Secretary.
help you clear the air on this, but I want to do it in a fair-minded way.
We've made several requests here today, and we'll follow up. We'll go now to Mr. Schneider of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for sharing your time with us. Let me start, like my colleagues, expressing my condolences to the families of those lost in Boston, my wishes for a full recovery for those injured, and our solidarity with all of the people of Boston. I also want to extend condolences to Ann Smedinghoff's family as well as her family at the State Department. I also think it's important to note the countless acts of heroism we saw in Boston. That reflected, I believe, the truest reflection of the American spirit. And it's also the spirit I think we see in the people like Ann Smedinghoff and Chris Stevens and all the others who work on behalf of our country around the world, putting their lives on the line every day. And so let me also thank you for your emphasis in this budget to making sure that our people around the world in harm's way have the security that they deserve. Let me now turn my questions. Really want to focus on Israel and the Palestinians. You talked about the window closing on a two-state solution, potentially as soon as in 18 months. A focus you indicated on both sides for seriousness of purpose. And in the context, if we look around the region with Egypt, Syria, and in particular the threat of nuclear Iran. But at the same time, you noted that Abbas was not convinced that there was a pathway to peace. And I think what we've seen in the last number of months, and unfortunately on Saturday with the resignation of Salam Fayyad, is the partner for peace. I have questions about it. And my question for you is, how do we, in light of Salam Fayyad's resignation and the directions that the PA seems to be taking, how do we help get them to the table for negotiations so that the window doesn't close and we can find a pathway to peace?
Well, it's a really excellent question, and I'm happy to clarify it because I think it's important in this whole context to do so. First of all, I have enormous respect for Salam Fayyad. I've worked with him closely, had many, many meetings with him. I think a lot of people had confidence in his stewardship financially, in his financial stewardship, the accountability, transparency he brought. But first of all, he's not going away completely. He's going to be there as a caretaker. I don't know how long that caretakership will take, but he will be there to work in a transition, number one. Number two, he will remain involved in Palestinian affairs, I am confident. Number three, the peace process and the capacities of the Palestinians are, in the end, bigger than one person. They just are. And there are people who can continue this journey, and I'm confident of that. I believe that there is a way for President Abbas to be persuaded of the good faith efforts that the Israelis are prepared to take, providing they take them, and I think there's a way to get to these negotiations. So I'm not saying to you there's no pathway for peace. I'm saying to you that he comes to the table with enormous mistrust, as do the Israelis, who pulled out of Gaza and continue to get rockets on them, and who pulled out of Lebanon and get, I mean, we all know the history here. We all know. The art here is not to get trapped in the past and in who did what to whom at some point. It's to take the place where we are today and be as constructive as possible to move it forward. I think that there's a way to avoid the unachievable preconditions. I believe there's a way to build a series of initiatives that can speak to this mistrust, but you have to do it quietly and you have to do it patiently, but you also have to do it rapidly at the same time because of this time frame. You know, President Abbas has the power to go to the United Nations again tomorrow. He has the power to ask to be part of an agency or recognized now, given the recognition, which was a vote of 120-something, 140 to 9.
Right.
I think that it'd be difficult maybe to find those 9 next time, and people know that. You may find 4 or 5, but you won't find the 9. So given that, he is restraining from doing that. That is his sign of good faith at this moment, too. He would like to see if we could get this process moving. So everybody needs to kind of not react the normal sort of tit-for-tat, stereotypical way. Give peace a chance by providing some opening here for the politics and the diplomacy to work. That's what both sides need to do. That's what I believe both sides are prepared to do, and the proof will be in the pudding.
We go now to Mr. Cotton of Arkansas.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your time today, and thank you for your service to our country, including your service as a young man in uniform in Vietnam.
Thank you.
The United Nations recently approved the Arms Trade Treaty. Article 5 of that treaty requires nations to create a national control system, which includes a national control list. Article 10 requires nations to regulate the brokering of conventional arms. I am concerned that in the unlikely event that treaty is approved by the Senate, it could be used to justify such measures as a national gun registry, a ban on certain kinds of firearms or ammunition, or licenses to purchase firearms or ammunition. Can you assure the committee today that the administration does not intend to pursue such measures should the treaty be approved?
I can absolutely guarantee you that this administration is not going to do anything to violate the Second Amendment rights of any citizen of the United States, nor the Constitution itself. And whatever we agree to will be constitutional and appropriate.
And that includes in the interim period before the treaty is ratified, there's a customary international legal norm that nations will not attempt to frustrate or block the purpose of the treaty, and the administration will not do something to enact those measures I mentioned earlier through executive order or regulation?
The President, I think he's made it clear. I think you see that even, look, I'm out of politics now, but I think watching the debate on guns right now, it seems to me the President's position is pretty clear. He's not proposing, I think, you know, as controversial as some of the issues may be, there's nothing there that would suggest a fundamental violation of Second Amendment rights, notwithstanding that people can still disagree with one position or another.
Thank you. I'd like to move now to Syria and arming the Syrian rebels. Last May, as a senator, you said the United States should at least consider establishing a safe zone and providing lethal military assistance to the rebels if they could be more unified, and obviously identifying the moderate elements. Based on reporting in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, we now know that Secretary Clinton, Secretary Panetta, and General Petraeus all supported taking those measures. The President and his advisors in the White House blocked them. So, wondering what your current position is on whether the United States should engage in providing that kind of assistance. I know you said in Doha most recently that our Middle Eastern allies should consider it, and we encourage that. But where does the United States currently stand on it?
Well, the United States policy right now is that we are not providing lethal aid, but we are coordinating very, very closely with those who are and with our core group allies here. And the meeting that we will have in Istanbul this week is really to evaluate sort of where the situation on the ground is and what accelerants to Assad's departure might make the most sense. And we'll have that meeting. And just the final comment on the, with respect to, well, I'll just leave it there. That's, I think that covers it.
Thank you.
We go to Dr. Ami Bera of California.
Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for appearing here, and like my colleagues, I want to thank you for your service to our country and continuing service. I look forward to working with you. You know, as my colleagues have already expressed, our condolences go out to the families and victims in Boston. You know, but what it does point out that we have to remain vigilant against those that are jealous of our freedoms and our way of life, and we have to remain vigilant against terror, whether domestic or foreign. I want to compliment Chairman Chabot for convening a series of hearings on South Asia, especially in light of our drawdown of troops in Afghanistan. And at one of those hearings, we had the pleasure of questioning Undersecretary Blake and talking about the importance of holding on to our gains in Afghanistan and continuing to maintain some stability, and the importance of India in this role. I know there have been trilateral negotiations between the United States, India, and Afghanistan to, again, stabilize the region, and a recognition of India's critical role in helping maintain those goals and the stability and the economics of South Asia. I'd like to hear from you just an update on how those negotiations are going and your thoughts as we're drawing down on how we maintain the gains and the safety and don't let terror reemerge in Afghanistan.
The negotiations on the bilateral security agreement?
Correct.
Well, they're proceeding. I think they're going effectively. I had a very good meeting with President Karzai a few weeks ago. I think he is well disposed to want to finalize that agreement. I think it's in everybody's interest to do so. I have confidence that that will happen. I think, look, I think, you know, the jury's out on the question of where, of exactly how independent this Army that we've helped to build is going to be. But it's performing pretty effectively right now. And the early indications seem to be that the morale is high, the enthusiasm and energy is up. I think the green on blue incidents have gone down, knock on wood. You have to keep working diligently at that. But this is the fighting season. This is the time for the test, and we're all going to sort of see how it plays out.
Well, I'm curious about your perspective on India's role in helping develop an economy in Afghanistan.
India can play a huge role. I mean, like I've been a long time big believer in India's capacity to be an enormously important partner in a number of different things. I think I recall taking the first trade mission to India in the 1990s when they first began their economic transformation, a far cry from where India is today. And I've always believed because of their democracy, because of their tradition, there are great reasons for us to partner with India in many significant ways. But India and Pakistan obviously have a very different relationship. And so it's a very complicated circle between Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. How much India is in Afghanistan affects Pakistan's views, and they each have a capacity to see bad things happening depending on what the other does. So we have to work at that diligently.
Thank you.
We'll go to Mr. Weber of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for your largesse there. I apologize.
Yeah, Mr. Kerry, good to see you. Appreciate you being here. I have 3 questions for you. You said to Brad Snyder that the art here is not to get trapped in the past, was what you said regarding Benghazi. Toward that end, I have 2 questions. Number one, your predecessor said that those 4 employees in the State Department that didn't, I guess, pay attention to the request for help, firing them was not an option. It didn't rise to the level of a fireable offense. So, A, I want to know if you've got a policy going forward to define what a fireable offense is, because if that's not, then I don't know what is. B, have you got a policy going forward to where people who are getting those requests for more security can pay close attention to it at some level so that we don't lose more Americans? And finally, my third question is, we've got people that are trapped in a camp called Camp Liberty that have had a lot of protections removed. You may have addressed this earlier. I had to go to another committee. So to keep them from getting trapped in the past, can you tell us that you will move forward on getting them moved out of that camp to a safer camp? And I'll yield to you.
Congressman, thank you for those questions. I appreciate it. With respect to the issue of Benghazi and paying attention to the past and those employees, what's the standard? I have learned that apparently there are a set of rules that govern that. And so, as you know, we operate under standards by which people have expectations that those standards will be adhered to in terms of firing, hiring, discipline, and so forth. So I am waiting for this report to come to me, which will give me a full indication of what my options are under the law, following those rules. But let me make it dead clear to everybody here. The first conversation I had when I became Secretary of State and entered into our first meetings was, where are we on the Administrative Review Board proposals and requirements? I get a, if not weekly, not only weekly, but more so if necessary, updating, and I'm constantly asking, where are we? And we, believe me, up and down the chain of command, everybody understands the vigilance that is necessary going forward, and the accountability that will be present going forward. So it's a good question. We're clearly under the gun on that, and every incident, whatever, is going to be subject to a new standard. I know that coming in as Secretary. Your third question is about the MEK and being trapped in the past with respect to Camp Liberty versus Camp Ashraf. You know, Camp Ashraf has been judged to be not safe. Now, Camp Liberty has proven also to have its problems with respect to security, and I understand that, which is why I raised the issue with Prime Minister Maliki when I was there. And I'm not saying to you today that I'm satisfied yet that it has that. I am worried about the security situation there. And as such, we have been trying to raise our level of initiative to move people. We have contacted countless countries. We have been refused by countless countries. We had worked out an arrangement with the Albanians to take about 250 people, but then the people in the camp themselves declined to go. Subsequently, we have had an interview process because we're trying to interview people to figure out where the best fit may be for them to go, and they have suspended taking part in the interviews because they want to go back to the camp where they were. So we're trapped in a kind of round robin of different perceptions of what people's interests are here, and we're trying to work through that, and I can guarantee you it is a high priority.
Thank you.
We'll go now to Lois Frankel of Florida.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry. Thank you for being with us today. I have three questions. I'll try to be quick with them. I met recently folks from the U.S. Institute of Peace, and they explained to me that they go to dangerous areas of the world, such as Libya, with their missions of peace and understanding, and that they are able to reach out to folks who might be, and audiences that might be more hostile to agencies that are closely related to the United States. And I'm just wondering, number one, whether the State Department works with the Institute.
Whether it works, I couldn't hear you very well.
Whether the State Department works with the Institute of Peace at all.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We work very closely with them, and I admire their work enormously. They do an amazing amount of work on conflict prevention, conflict mediation, conflict termination. It's excellent work.
Good. Thank you for that. And secondly, two more questions. Secretary Clinton was here to testify about what happened in Benghazi, and one of her recommendations was that we allow the State Department, when contracting for security in high-threat regions, to use a best value contracting rather than the lowest bid. And Mr. Regal here filed a bill that many of us, I think, joined on to accomplish that, and I'm wondering whether you support that.
Boy, do I ever. I thank you for raising that. I just ran into this the other day in one of the stops I made in Asia, where the ambassador was telling me they have to hire security at the lowest price. Folks, let's get serious. Of course, I absolutely support that. We've got to have the ability to make value judgments in the provision of security to our personnel, and thank you for asking.
Thank you. And I think I'll just, I wanted to just thank you for continuing the work of Secretary Clinton in advancing the status of women around the world. And I know as you come back, we'll have some more questions on that, and I thank you very much, sir.
Look forward to talking with you
I
about
yield
it.
my time.
We thank the gentlelady. We go to Mark Meadows of North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here.
You're a patient soul, you guys down here at the third tier.
Well, freshmen have their privileges. So as we go to that, I want to shift a little bit to the budget as we start to enter into this. I think your fiscal year 2014 looks at $1.8 billion in global food aid to be administered by USAID. One of the concerns I have, though, is it says shifting the resources away from the requirement that food be U.S. grown and be more flexible. Do you not see this as having a negative implication on American farmers?
Not ultimately. Honestly, I don't, Congressman. And I got to know American farmers pretty well in 04, 03. And I'm
So how does buying food from a foreign source help
because
American
the market right now, with respect to this, is not what our farmers are depending on right now. Our farmers are exporting at a greater level than any time in recent memory. That market is only going to pick up. There are billions of people to feed, and our capacity within this program is not going to make the difference to the farmers. It does make a difference to our expenditures to be able to provide more people food faster when our goal is to deal with malnutrition, and we can win by 11 to 14 weeks. That's the difference between living and dying.
All right, let me move on. One of the other areas that we've had a plethora of expert witnesses here talking about military versus economic versus political reform in Egypt. And it gets highlighted over and over about F-16s being given to Egypt or sold to Egypt. We've got $1.3 billion in your new request. Would it not be more prudent to look at shifting some of those funds to be more balanced on the economic and political, or do you feel like it's necessary to continue to ship F-16s to Egypt?
Well, Congressman, I will tell you that, and this will be counterintuitive to a lot of people coming from me, but one of the best investments we made in Egypt over the last 30 years is the Egyptian military and our relationship with it.
But we have a government that has changed now.
Well, we have a government that has not yet completely changed it, and I'll tell you how and why I'm saying what I'm saying, and it's important for us to focus on. I believe Egypt, were it not for the restraint shown by the military, were it not for the leadership of the SCAF, who knows what would have happened. Egypt could have been in unbelievable bloodshed and civil war.
Agreed.
But the military, largely through the ethic that had been created working and training at Fort Benning in America and various places, there were officer-to-officer relationships. We had majors who could talk to each other. We had colonels who could call on the phone and say, you guys got to be restrained here. Don't, you know, here's how you handle this. And I met many times with Field Marshal Tantawi during the time that the military was managing the country. And the fact is that they held to what they said they would do. They held an election. They created a democracy. Now, you know, the people won, you know, are surprised a lot of folks in a sense, didn't surprise others given the base of the country, but they had a democracy, they had an election, they turned over their power, and they went back to the barracks. And they've been, I think, an important ingredient to the peace with Israel. Right now, the Gaza peace is holding because of the mill-to-mill relationship and the intel-to-intel relationship. We do not want to lose that. So, and thirdly, this is not, you know, I'd love to make a larger economic effort, but as the chairman knows, we work this with Chairman Granger and others to try to have some component of economic assistance, but unless there's economic reform in Egypt, unless they can meet the IMF standards, unless they reach out to the opposition, bring them more into the governance, unless they create stability and a capacity to invite capital back from other countries with the sense of security they've created, unless those things happen, right now giving more money would actually be not to good avail.
Thank you.
We go to Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your presence here today and your candid answers and commitment to working with us on issues that we all care very much about. I want to extend my own appreciation, the appreciation of families across my state of Hawaii on your recent focus specifically on Asia and the Pacific and recognizing the necessity for that focus, especially as we're facing the threats that are very real for folks in Hawaii, in Guam, and other places, and appreciate your commitment there. Today you talked about doing things differently going forward, and that was two questions, a two-part question based on how we go forward. How do we do things differently? From the aid perspective, what other real incentives can we provide that go beyond food aid should we get to a position where we can negotiate and have conversations with North Korea? And on the sanctions front, I think the chairman had mentioned earlier in his testimony about the 2005 sanctions on hard currency. We've heard from various experts that that worked while it was in place, but it was perhaps prematurely stopped, and wanted to get your thoughts on maybe why that was and what your feeling is on those types of sanctions going forward.
Oh, I'm sorry, which type of sanction are you referring to?
On hard currency.
Well, with North Korea, we actually don't have a lot of options, to be honest with you. But as I think I've described in the course of the hearing this morning, the North Koreans, for the moment, see their nuclear program as the centerpiece of the regime's capacity to hold itself together. And as long as that is true, we're not going to be able to do very much until they shift into a denuclearization posture. Now, one of the considerations here that's central to anything to do with North Korea is sort of, you know, what their perceptions are about their relationship with us and what China will or won't do with respect to its relationship with them. The North Koreans, it appears, believe that, you know, they literally believe, I mean, we're told that they believe we're prepared to go to war with them, that we're going to try to destroy them. I mean, you know, there's a certain mythology, but there's also a certain hardcore belief to that. And that drives their policy. We need to obviously shift that into a denuclearization. And until we get to denuclearization, we're not going to go down the road of providing aid to them of any kind, because we've been through too many divorces. And I think we need to find that we're getting a sort of verifiable, clear track to the denuclearization, at which point you could, you know, venture to do something. But I think the biggest thing we ought to try for with China is a paradigm shift where they really decide that they're going to try to be like a China in terms of their economy and shift into a different economic model, at which point all these issues about sanctions and hard currency and everything else become moot. I don't see much changing until we get that bigger shift.
We have gone over the time for the Secretary of State. We'll go to one last question for Doug Collins of Georgia, followed by one last question for Brian Higgins of New York. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Secretary, for being here. One of the things I thought it was interesting, I was going between committee meetings, but watching, and because I was very attentive of what you're having to say, especially as regards, when you said you're not into politics anymore, I think you're getting back into it today here at the committee hearing, but it's good for your answers to hear. The question I have, though, is when Secretary Clinton was here in January, she strongly endorsed remedying a lapse in something that I've looking forward to and believing of getting back on regular order, in which we actually pass the appropriations bills as we should. You know, it's been over a decade since that's actually happened with the State Department. However, the fact of the matter is the House did pass an authorization last Congress with strong bipartisan support that included total funding levels at or above what the Senate appropriators had endorsed, as well as a helpful security authority, such as this best value for local guards. It's been consistent on both places. The question I have for you is, do you agree with Secretary Clinton that of the importance of having these appropriations bills passed, and is that a priority for you?
Yes,
because undoubtedly it was not in the Senate.
Well, I think it wasn't a priority. It's that we just couldn't get it done.
Couldn't get it done, and I think that's what we got to get back to. We've got to get back to regular order and functioning like the people want us to function.
Can I just comment to all of you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Ranking Member, in your leadership roles, I will tell you that we are diminished in our leverage in other parts of the world when we go out there today and say, hey, you guys have got to get your budget together. You know, you got to meet the IMF standards. You got to do this or that. And people kind of, you can tell from the look that they're sort of asking, well, how's your budget deal going? So I've argued this before. I gave a speech at UVA in which I talked about getting our domestic effort together so that we can really speak, as we say in the parlance of the law, with clean hands. And we need to do that.
If I could respond as chairman, Mr. Engel and I are working in tandem on an authorization bill. We will have that passed over to the Senate. We're talking to our Senate counterparts, and it's our goal to have that on the President's desk, but any assistance that the Secretary of State could give us in this regard would be very welcome.
Very supportive, Mr. Chairman, and I
Thank you.
congratulate you on that. That's great.
We're going to go to Mr. Higgins for his question.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for sticking it out. I've been working with the State Department regarding the assassination of John Granville, a United States EventID diplomat from Buffalo who was murdered 5 years ago in the Sudanese capital of Khartoum. Islamic extremists were convicted of his murder, and last year they escaped from prison. The accomplice in the prison who helped them escape was just pardoned by the al-Bashir government. The State Department has done tremendous work in keeping the pressure on, and I just want to encourage that to continue. Also, in August of 2006, I had traveled to Beirut, Lebanon, shortly after the Hezbollah-Israeli war. We came over the Mediterranean from Cyprus and landed on a military helicopter in the ambassador's residence in Beirut. Ambassador Feltman at the time was visibly shaken and took us into the residence and said that anti-American sentiment was at an all-time high. We then moved to the Prime Minister at the time, Prime Minister Sonora's residence, and I'd asked the ambassador what his concern was. And his concern was that the Lebanese National Guard was guarding the embassy, but that the next day, 75 U.S. Marines would be deployed to the embassy to guard the interests of the U.S. ambassador's residence. As you know, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations forms the basis for diplomatic security that's responsible for security personnel. But it's specific to protection of classified information. And it's the host community who is responsible for the security of diplomatic personnel. I'm just wondering if you think it's time that the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations be changed to put a greater emphasis on security being the responsibility not of the host nation, but of the nation who has representation in that country.
Well, I know what you're getting at, and you know, I think it'd be difficult to say that we ought to change the fundamental premise, because in most countries, or in you know, vast majority of countries, you can rely on people. I mean, you know, we get great help in many parts of the world, and we give great help to people who come here. And I think that's fundamentally how it ought to work. But we ought to have a capacity, obviously, and this is what we're doing now. As a result of Benghazi, we have made evaluations. This was part of the ARB, and we now have judgments about high-risk, high-threat locations, and we are beefing up our Marine detachments in those places. So we've asked the Congress for the money and for the additional 1,000 Marines, and that's part of the request. And we're waiting, you know, for the deployment, et cetera, to get that done. But the bottom line is, I think we shouldn't chuck the Vienna Convention. I think we ought to maybe tweak it appropriately, create some judgments there that allow adequate domestic security where you have a serious enough threat that you can't count on the local community.
Well, we want to take this opportunity to thank the Secretary for his testimony here today. We face some daunting challenges abroad, but we look forward to following up on the items that we discussed, and we stand adjourned. Thank you again,
Thank you,
Mr. Secretary.
Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Pardon?